I don't know.
Okay. Leaving aside what time it was, or strike that. Will you testify that you were at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th after midnight?
I don't remember a time.
Okay. But you do remember being there, correct?
At the waterfall?
No, at 34 Fairview.
I remember picking my girlfriend up, yes.
You do, because you've testified to that, right? Today.
Yes.
And when you were there, you had an opportunity to see the front lawn to that property, did you not?
Yes.
You pulled into the driveway?
I don't remember where I pulled into.
Okay. Did you pull into any place when you got there?
I don't remember where I pulled into.
So well, you say you don't remember where you pulled into. That wasn't my question. My question was, did you pull in any place when you got to 34 Fairview?
Well, I had to pick my girlfriend up, so yes, I did.
You did, okay. Was there any place other than the driveway to pull into when you got to 34 Fairview?
No.
So it had to be the driveway, right?
Must have been.
All right. When you pulled into the driveway, you waited a period of time for Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And how long a period of time was that?
I don't remember.
Was it more than a half hour?
No.
Was it more than 10 minutes?
I don't remember.
It could have been more than 10 minutes.
Probably wasn't.
And when you say it probably wasn't, that means it probably was less than 10 minutes, correct?
I don't remember the time.
During that time that you were waiting for Caitlin to come out of the house while you were in the driveway, there was nothing obstructing your view of the front lawn, correct?
Nope.
All right. And shifting gears for a second, this was on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, you did pick up Caitlin and take her back to Easton, correct?
Correct.
On January 29th, at any point that day or night, Trooper Michael Proctor never interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
Nor did he interview you the next day or the day after that, correct?
Correct.
Or the month of February, correct?
Correct.
Or the entire year of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Or the entire year of 2023, correct?
Correct.
The first time any investigator of this case interviewed you was May 7th of 2024, correct?
When was that? I don't...
That was 1 week ago. That was last Tuesday.
Correct.
You were aware at the time you were being interviewed for the first time by any investigator, this case had already started.
Yes.
You were aware that this jury heard opening statements from both counsel on April 29th, which was over a week before May 7th, correct?
Yes.
So it wasn't until over a week after opening statements that somebody from the state police finally interviewed you, correct?
Nobody from the state police interviewed me.
Who was it that interviewed you?
Nobody interviewed me. I spoke to the DAs about coming in here. That was about it.
Okay, I thought you had just testified that on May 7th, that was the first time an investigator reached out for you.
Yes.
All right. And when I use the term interview, I don't mean that somebody put a bright spotlight on you and took you into an interrogation room. I'm just asking, did somebody ask you questions?
Yes.
Objection.
I'll let it
And-
stand.
Thank you, Ron. And that interview did not take place in person, correct?
No, it did not.
That was a phone interview, correct?
Correct.
And your attorney was on the line for that, correct?
Correct.
Now, from the beginning of the night on January 28th, your plan was to go home early, correct?
Correct.
You weren't drinking much, correct?
That is correct.
You had to get up early.
Yes.
And it actually was really early. It could have been as early as 3 a.m., correct?
Correct.
So from the beginning, you knew that you weren't going to get much sleep, correct?
Yes.
And if you were going to get any sleep, you couldn't stay at the waterfall all night, correct?
That is correct.
So you left early.
Yes.
And you planned to go home, get whatever rest or sleep you could get, and then wait for the call to go out plowing, correct?
That is correct.
The plan from the beginning was not for you to leave the waterfall, go to Easton, and then drive back from Easton to Canton to pick up Caitlin, and then take her back to Easton so that you could wait for the call for plowing. That was not the original plan, correct?
No, it wasn't.
No, of course it wasn't. So I apologize, Ron. I withdraw that comment. But the plan changed, correct?
Yes.
And that was because you heard from your girlfriend, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you a question and hope I get an answer. Do you recall what time it was that she contacted you?
No, I don't recall.
Did anybody instruct you not to talk about any times that anything happened?
Absolutely not.
How did Caitlin contact you that night?
Via text, via phone.
And you were in Easton when she did that, correct?
Yes.
She was at 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And by the way, the snowstorm was no surprise to you that night, right?
No.
I mean, that's why you were waiting to plow, correct?
Yes.
That snowstorm had been forecast.
Yes.
And it had started snowing by midnight, correct?
I don't remember when it started snowing.
But for some reason, Caitlin now needed to get picked up before you went plowing, correct?
Yes.
That meant, despite the fact that you had to get up potentially at 3 a.m., you now had to make the trip back and forth between Canton and Easton a second time, correct?
Yes.
And you considered it to be important enough that you agreed to pick up Caitlin, despite the changing plans, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, when you pulled into that driveway, you at least temporarily parked in the driveway waiting for her, correct?
Yes.
What other cars were in the driveway at that time?
I don't remember.
What side of the driveway did you park on?
I don't remember.
After you parked, you texted Caitlin to tell her that you were there, correct?
Yes.
And you've previously testified that you don't remember how long it took for her to come out of the house, correct?
I don't remember.
And I started to ask you, and I'll just finish that line of questioning, that at that point, the front lawn of the house was to your left, correct?
It would have been, yes.
Right, and there were no obstructions between you and the front lawn blocking your view, correct?
I wouldn't be staring at her grass, so no.
Okay. I didn't ask you where you were staring, I was just asking if there were any obstructions.
Okay, yeah.
And the answer to that question is?
No.
Was snow starting to accumulate at that time?
I don't remember.
You recall if there was any snow on the ground?
Yes, because I was driving cautiously.
Okay. And against that white snow, did you see a black baseball cap?
Absolutely not.
And as you sat in that driveway, you also did not see a black sneaker?
Absolutely not.
And you also did not see 45 pieces of red plastic?
No.
Or even one piece?
No.
And you certainly did not see a 6'2" man on the lawn of your girlfriend's parents' home, correct?
No, I did not.
You saw nothing unusual in that front area of the lawn, correct?
No, I did not.
Caitlin got into the Jeep.
Correct.
The plan was for you to drive the Jeep back to Easton with her, correct?
Yes.
You backed out of the driveway, correct? And you turned the rear end of that car toward Cedar Crest, correct?
Not towards Cedar Crest. I was going up the hill. So it should be favorable.
If I suggested to you that going up the hill would take you towards Chapman, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And the other end of the street was Cedar Crest, right?
Towards that way, yes.
Okay. So the rear end of your car was towards Cedar Crest, and you were facing up the hill towards Chapman, right?
Yes.
All right. That would have meant that you were driving your vehicle past really the entire length of Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
And the front lawn would have been on Caitlin's side of the car, correct?
Yes.
And you drove past the flagpole that you're familiar with, correct?
Yes.
And as you drove past that entire front lawn, you never saw any of the things I previously asked you about, the baseball hat, the sneakers, the pieces of red plastic, or a 6'2" man, correct?
I did not.
You saw nothing out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
And you saw no tire tracks in the snow leading to the Albert's front lawn, did you?
I did not.
You didn't see anything that would lead you to conclude that there had been a car crash there, correct?
Absolutely not.
Sustained.
No further questions, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, anything, Mr. Lally?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Morris, that photograph that you were shown, do you know what that was, what that gathering was in regards to?
No, I don't.
Now, prior to you leaving the waterfall or during the course of any of the texts or phone calls that you received from Caitlin, was there any sort of reason that was discussed as far as picking her up and bringing her to Easton before you went off to plow?
Can you repeat that?
From your discussions with Caitlin, what was the reason that you went back to 34 Fairview to pick her up and bring her home?
Objection.
We'll allow it. Why'd you do that?
Well, she's high maintenance. I didn't really want to have to deal with her.
She wanted to come home, is that correct?
Yes.
And did she say why she wanted to come home?
Objection.
I want to get snowed in.
I'll allow it.
Now, you've testified before that as you were driving around that night, you were cautious and your hands were attended to, is that right?
Absolutely.
So as you're driving past your girlfriend's parents' house, was there any reason, excuse me, was there any reason for you to direct your attention to the front lawn area of their home?
Absolutely not.
Nothing further on.
Okay, you are all set.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Ms. Sarah Levinson to the stand.
All this way, just watch your step on. Remain standing and face the clerk.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to give the court and jury in the case down here to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Just need you to scoot up and pull down that microphone. You talk really loud into it. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sarah Levinson, Levinson.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton,
How long have you lived in Canton?
my whole life.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
My parents.
Now, do you work, ma'am?
Yes,
What do you do for work?
I'm a registered nurse.
And how long have you been a registered nurse?
3 years.
Now, ma'am, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28, 2022 into the early morning of the 29th. Do you recall those days?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week?
Friday was the 28th, Saturday the 29th.
And as far as that evening of the 28th, what, if any, plans did you have for that evening?
My plans were to go to my friend Brian's house for his birthday celebration.
And so your friend, that would be Brian Albert Jr., is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know how old he was turning for his birthday?
23.
And how long or how did you know Brian Albert Jr. at that time?
We met in high school. He's the grade below me, so I would say now it's been about 10 years, so about 8.
And that his house as far as 34 Fairview Road, had you been there before?
Yes.
Plenty of times, is that?
Yes.
And on that particular evening, how was it that you came to be there? How did you get there?
My friend Julie's father drove us.
And your friend Julie, is that Julie Nagel?
Correct.
And yourself and Julie Nagel, how long have you known each other?
Middle school, so a little bit longer than how long I've known Brian for.
And you and Miss Nagel, were you in the same grade together?
Yes.
And so her father drives you from your house, picks you up at some point, and brings you over to 34th Fairview.
Correct.
Did you know about what time it was that you arrived at 34th Fairview?
Between 7 and 8 p.m.
And when you arrived, who, if anyone, was in the house at Fairview when you got there?
It was Brian Jr., Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Julie Albert.
And what was, as far as your understanding, what was sort of the plan for that particular evening?
We were all going to meet at Brian's house. His family was going to go out, his mom, aunt, and sister. And then we were kind of going to go from there, whether we were going to go out or stay home. It was up in the air.
And when you arrived there, so at some point did his mother, Nicole Albert, his aunt and his sister leave the house?
Correct.
About how long a period of time was it from the time that you and Julie arrived to the time that Brian's mother, aunt, and sister left?
15 to 25 minutes, I would say.
And did you have any idea where they were going?
No.
Now, as far as during that time after they left, what was it? Do you recall sort of where in the house you were hanging out, or what you were doing?
We were in the family room and in the kitchen as well.
In the kitchen area within the Albert house at 34 Fairview, were you familiar with that?
Yes.
And the kitchen and the dining room, are those sort of the same room, is that correct?
Correct.
And the family room that you're talking about, well, let me ask you this, sort of, with respect to 34 Fairview, there are basically two front doors. Correct?
So, Mr. Lally, I think we can move on from the general description of the house, please.
One last question in regard to that. So the family room that you're talking about, where is that in relation to the kitchen dining area?
If you're looking at the house, it's to the right.
Now, what is it that, at some point in time, did other people join you and Julie and Brian Jr. at the house?
Between 8 and 9 o'clock.
And who was it that came over between 8 and 9?
Courtney Alba, Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, and Mary Kent.
I'm going to ask you to spell all of those last names for us, if you would, please.
So Courtney Alba, A-L-B-A. Catherine Duty, it's Kathryn-Doody. Emily Fabiano, the last name, Fabiano, I believe it might be one B. And then Mary Kent, Kent.
Thank you.
And with respect to Ms. Alba, Ms. Duty, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Kent, how did you know them?
I knew Catherine and Emily since elementary school. Mary and Courtney I had known since high school. Courtney I was more of an acquaintance with because she was friends with Brian.
So she was more friends with your friend and you had sort of a mutual friend, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, during the time that you were at the house on Fairview, you mentioned earlier you were in sort of the family room area. Where else did you go within the house?
Just the family room, the kitchen/dining room, and then the bathroom off the kitchen.
And just so I'm clear as far as what I'm asking. When I'm saying I'm saying you sort of in the plural. So you, in addition to all the other people that you just mentioned, was there any other area of the house that the group of you went at any point?
Brian took either Mary or Catherine, I don't remember which one, upstairs at one point to see their family dog.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up if you would, please. Thank you.
Sorry.
And about how long a period were they upstairs seeing the family?
No more than 5-10 minutes.
And so what was it that the group of you were doing at the house over the course of this evening?
So we were celebrating Brian's birthday. They had gotten calzones. We were eating and then we were drinking.
And in general terms, if you recall, what was the group sort of drinking that night?
Like spiked seltzers. I know Brian was most likely drinking White Claw because that's really all he drinks. I remember one of the other girls bringing Trulies. I'm not sure about the other people, but around that type of stuff.
And do you know how much each of the people sort of had to drink while they were there?
I'm not completely sure. No one was tipping over.
Fair to say that whatever people had, it was sort of commensurate with each other. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, over the course of the evening, so you're eating, you're drinking, was there like music going or anything like that?
Yes, music.
And if you recall, like sort of how was the music being played?
Through a Bluetooth speaker.
And over the course of the evening, in addition to the people that you've just mentioned, at some point did somebody else come by the house?
Yes.
And who was that?
Colin Albert.
And did you know Colin Albert prior to that evening as well?
Yes.
And about how old was Colin around that time?
High school, like late high school.
And how was it, or how well did you know Colin Albert?
Not very well. Like I said, I'd been friends with Brian for about 8 years at that point, and I know Colin's older brother, Christopher, pretty well. He's my age. I grew up with him, known him since elementary school, so it's kind of like, we weren't friends, I wouldn't say, me and Colin, but we were cordial.
So he's a younger brother of somebody that you went to school with?
Correct.
And he was your friend Brian Albert Jr.'s cousin, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to Colin, do you know about what time he arrived?
I can't say for sure. Not sure.
Sometime before or after the other Miss Kent, Miss Fabiano, Miss Alba, and Miss Duty arrived?
He was there when Miss Fabiano, Kent, and
Speak up, ma'am.
sorry, he was there when Miss Duty, Miss Fabiano, and Miss Kent were there. I'm not sure if Miss Alba was still there because she left separately from those three.
And you mentioned that you had come over to the house getting a ride from Miss Nagel's father, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how the other women got over to the house as far as Miss Kent, Miss Fabiano, Miss Alba, and Miss Duty?
They got dropped off. I'm not sure by who.
So fair to say there weren't like a line of cars out in front of the house, correct?
Correct.
And about how long, with respect to that group that was there as far as you and the other young women, about how long a period of time were you all at the house?
Two to 3 hours.
So do you know about what time it was that Miss Alba, Fabiano, Miss Duty, and Miss Kent left?
Miss Alba left before the other three. Her boyfriend picked her up. And then Miss Kent, Miss Duty, and Miss Fabiano all left together. I know it was before midnight.
And when they left, was Colin Albert, was he still there?
I believe so.
And you know how much time or overlap there was between Colin Albert and the other women as far as Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Beebe?
I don't remember exactly.
Now, from your recollection of that evening, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor within the house over the course of those few hours?
Everything was good, happy. We were celebrating. No issues.
No issues with anybody that was there?
No.
Now, after, at some point in time, later on in the evening or in the early morning of the 29th, who, if anyone else, came through that?
So Mr. Albert, Brian's father, Mr. Higgins, Mrs. Albert, Brian's mother, Caitlin Albert, Brian's sister, Jennifer McCabe, Brian's aunt, and then Matt McCabe, Brian's uncle.
Let me sort of break it down and ask you a bit about this. So as far as the order of people arriving, at some point did you learn where they were coming from?
Yes.
And where were they coming from?
Brian's father and Mr. Higgins, as far as I knew, were coming from New York. They were at a funeral for a fallen police officer. And Brian's other family members, aunt, uncle, mother, and sister, they were out in Canton. I wasn't sure what establishment.
And so those people that you described, did they all come at the same time, or did they come in sort of a staggered fashion, or how did they arrive?
Brian's father and Mr. Higgins arrived first, but they all arrived within 5 minutes of each other.
And first, in reference to Brian's father, Brian Sr., you had obviously met him on prior occasions, correct?
Correct.
And Brian Higgins, is that someone that you had met before, or you had known prior to that evening?
No.
And when Mr. Albert, being senior, and Mr. Higgins arrived at the residence on Fairview, was Colin Albert still there?
I don't remember.
Do you have any recollection of those people being in the same room at the same time on that evening?
I don't remember.
And so, as far as Brian Jr., your friend, his mother's name is Nicole, is that right?
Correct.
His sister's name is Caitlin.
Correct.
And did you know both of them prior to the evening of the 28th?
Yes.
And with respect to Caitlin, how would you describe your sort of relationship with her?
We were friends in high school.
Fair to say that you were closer with Brian Jr. versus Kate, correct?
Correct.
And same question in regard to Colin Albert. Do you recall whether or not he was there or in the house at the time that Nicole and Caitlin came?
I don't remember.
And then as far as Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, were you familiar with them prior to the evening of the 28th?
I knew who they were. I'm not sure if I've ever had a conversation with them prior to that.
When you say you knew who they were, how was it that you knew who they were?
I knew they were Brian's aunt and uncle.
Had you ever met them before or had any occasion to see them anywhere before that you can recall?
I know I had seen or met Jen before. I'm not sure about Matt.
And same question in reference to, as far as Colin Albert, do you recall whether or not he was in the house at any point in time when the McCabe's were there?
I don't remember.
Do you recall Colin Albert leaving the house at some point?
Yes.
You just don't recall when it was in relation to when the other people arrived from wherever they were?
No.
And do you recall how it was that he left the house?
He got a ride.
Do you know who he got a ride from?
Objection.
No, do you know?
No.
Okay, next question.
Now, when these other people came to the house, who were referred to as older adults? Is that a fair portrayal of them?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Older than the rest of the people that were there earlier than that, correct?
Correct.
So that group that came in later, as far as when they arrived, where were they in relation to the house? Like, where were they situated?
We were all in the dining/kitchen.
So all in that same sort of area.
Correct.
Now, at any point in time over the course of the evening, do you recall anybody from that group of people sort of going anywhere else in the house that you saw?
Not that I remember.
And with respect to the house on Fairview Road, you're familiar with where the basement is located in the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time in the evening, did you see anybody from that group, either before or after, go anywhere near the basement or go into the basement area of the home?
No.
Now, with respect to the sort of mood and demeanor after these other folks come by, do you know about what time it was that those people started coming back in from wherever they were coming?
12:15. It wasn't that long after it struck midnight.
So sometime after the strike of midnight, these other folks start to come back to the house.
Correct.
And from that period, from 12:15 or so, from that period, about how long was it after that that you were at the house on Fairview?
I left between 1:30 and 2 a.m.
So about an hour and a half or so after they got there.
Correct.
Now, with respect to that hour and a half or so after they got there, how would you describe sort of the mood and the demeanor within the home during that time?
Same thing. We were celebrating, happy, dancing, all that.
The drinking continued, correct?
Correct.
No issues or arguments or anything that you observed, correct?
Correct.
Now, within the area of the kitchen dining area, at some point, do you recall where people were? I'm talking later in the evening when the folks come back to the house after midnight. Do you remember where those people were sort of situated around the kitchen dining room area at that time?
Yes.
And could you describe to the jury sort of where they were?
So the dining room table is a square. So, and it was in front of the front window. So in front of the front window where their back would be to the window was my friend Julie Nagel. I was sitting then, I don't know, was that perpendicular? I haven't taken math in a long time. I was sitting here. If the window's here, I was sitting on this side, facing kind of, I could see the front door. And then to my right, Brian Sr. and Mr. Higgins were standing. So they're back towards the kitchen. And Mrs. Albert Nicole was sitting with her back to the front door area. And Jen and Matt and Caitlin, I don't believe were sitting.
And over that course of hour and a half or so after those folks came back to the house sometime after midnight, did you observe any other people walking or coming into the house at any point in time?
No.
Let me ask you this. As far as on January 28th into the 29th of 2022, did you know anybody by the name of John O'Keefe?
No.
And did you know anybody by the name of Karen Reed?
No.
And with respect to either of those people or any other people, no one else came into the house while you were there?
Correct.
Now, at some point in time, your friend Julie, did she go outside of the house?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that was in regard to?
Her older brother, Ryan, was coming to pick us up to take us home. So she went out to talk to him prior to him arriving. She said something to me along the lines of Ryan's coming to get us, which Jen McCabe said,
Sustain.
Bless you. And so, in relation to when the folks arrived back from wherever they were coming from to 34 Fairview, when was this that you had this conversation with Julie about her brother coming to meet you guys?
around 12:30, give or take.
And at some point, did Julie go outside the house?
Yes.
And did you have any occasion to look outside at any point when she was out there?
No.
And about how long period of time was Julie outside the house?
No longer than 5 minutes.
And after that, her going outside no longer than 5 minutes and coming back inside, were there other arrangements that were made as far as how you and Julie were going to get home that night?
Yes.
And what were those arrangements as far as what was your understanding of how you were getting home that night?
Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe would drive us home.
Now, Jen McCabe, around that time that Julie went outside of the house and came back in, what, if anything, did you observe her to be?
Her phone was plugged in behind me, charging. She was checking it periodically.
And again, if you could remind the jury sort of what was it that was behind you as far as where was you?
So where I was sitting behind me was a wall. And then behind that wall would be the family room.
And so I guess what I'm asking is, was there something specific that her phone was like resting on, or was it just sort of hanging out of a plug, or how was it positioned?
I think it was just resting on the floor.
And with reference to her phone, was that something that Ms. McCabe came over and looked at any point in time while it was charging?
Yes.
And how many times did you?
I'm not sure, to be exact.
Let me ask you this, was it once or more than once or something else?
More than once, I would say.
And without any reference to anything that was said, was there some conversation that you had with Ms. McCabe during the times that she would come over and check or look at the phone?
Myself, no. In general, I remember her saying someone was coming.
And that someone that she indicated was coming, again, no one ever actually came into the house or was around the house that you were aware of, correct?
Correct.
And so about what time was it that you left the home on Fairview on that particular evening?
Between 1:30 and 2 a.m.
And you left with your friend, Ms. Nagel, as well as Mr. and Mrs. McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall what kind of vehicle they had or what they were driving on that evening?
Some sort of like large Subaru type. I don't know the exact make or brand, but a large, all I could say was like a Subaru, not a Subaru, not a Suburban. I don't know cars. Like a Tahoe, like a big car.
So like a bigger SUV, correct?
Yes.
And within the SUV that you eventually got into and took a ride home, correct?
Yes.
And if you recall, from within the SUV that you got into, was there, as far as the back seat was concerned, was it 2 rows, 3 rows, or something else?
It was 3 rows.
And where was that vehicle parked when you came out to get into it?
In the driveway.
And when you came out to go from the house to the car, what, if anything, did you observe as far as what was the weather doing at that point?
It was snowing.
And as far as the snow that had come, was there any sort of accumulation on the ground that you saw?
Yes.
And so based on that, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of your walk from the front door to the McCabe's vehicle in the driveway?
So we exited the front door and went down the front walkway to the driveway. As I said, it was snowing. Julie and I were like arms linked, and I was looking down at my feet to make sure I didn't slip.
And why were you looking down at your feet?
I wore shoes that my mother told me not to wear because they didn't have traction, but they went with my outfit, so I wore them anyways. And I knew if I had slipped and fell, she would say, "I told you so." So I made sure not to do that.
And when you get to the vehicle, do you recall sort of who was driving and who sort of sat where within the vehicle?
Yes, so Matt was driving, Jennifer was in the passenger seat, Julie was behind Matt on the driver's side, and then I was behind Jen.
And when you get into the back of the vehicle, do you recall, was there any sort of conversation about, did either Mr. or Mrs. McCabe know where the two of you lived at that point? Do you know?
They did not.
So I imagine there was some discussion as far as where to, or what was the address or something like that?
Yes, correct.
Do you recall if that was something that was like plugged into a GPS, or were you just sort of giving verbal instructions about where to go?
I don't remember.
And do you recall as far as the order of who got dropped off first versus yourself and Ms. Nadel?
Yes,
And who got dropped off first?
Julie.
About how far a drive is it from the address on Fairview to Julie's house?
Less than 5 minutes.
And same as far as, so from Julie's house, you then went to your house, is that correct?
Yeah, about 5 minutes, I would say, from Julie's to mine.
So 5 minutes or so from Fairview to Julie's, and 5 minutes or so from Julie's to yours.
Correct.
Now, when you get in the back of the vehicle, do you recall any other sort of discussion while you were in the driveway before you left?
So, yes, we got in to the car. Matt forgot his jacket inside, so he went back to get his jacket. And Julie and I were in the back seat looking around. One of us noticed, I remember, a loaf of bread, just a lone loaf of bread in the back seat. We said something to Jen because we thought it was weird. And she said something along the lines of, "Oh, anyone want a peanut butter and jelly on the way?" Like making a joke. So we were looking back at the third row.
And so Ms. McCabe is in the front seat of the vehicle at this point?
Yes,
So she sort of turned to talk to you while you're in the back seat?
correct.
And was she turned towards the center of the car or the window or something else?
To the center.
And if you recall, Mr. McCabe gets his jacket, comes back in the car, and at some point backs out of the driveway.
Correct.
And when Mr. McCabe drives from there headed towards Ms. Nagel's house, do you recall which direction that the vehicle was facing as far as going by the house on Fairview?
So,
Let me ask it probably in a better way.
okay.
So at some point, did you drive past the 34 Fairview Road residence on the way to Julie's house?
Yes.
And when you did so, which side of the McCabe's vehicle was facing the Fairview Road residence? Was it the side that you're on or the side that Julie's on?
The side I was on.
And at the time that you were driving past that, was there a conversation still that was going on in the backseat of the car or with anybody else in the car?
Yes.
And who was sort of engaged in conversation at that point?
Myself and Julie.
And so you're looking at her direction while you're talking to her, is that correct?
Correct.
And as you're driving past the house, what, if anything, does Julie say?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Riley.
As you're driving past the house, what, if any, conversation were you having at that point?
Objection.
All right, so I'm going to see Counselor Tybar on this one issue. Jurors, feel free to stand up.
So, Ms. Levinson, without respect to what Ms. Nagel said to you in the car, the two of you are conversing, correct?
Correct.
And as you're pulling past the house, she says something to you, correct? Or says something out loud?
Not farther up the street.
And so when you're talking about farther up the street, where was the vehicle in relation to the house at 34 Fairview when she says something?
The house was behind us.
And so based on what she had said, where does your attention go?
When she was speaking to me, I looked at her. Once she said what she said, I looked the other way to the window.
And at the time that you looked to the window, what was sort of outside the window in reference to 34 Fairview? Was any part of the residence still, or the lawn or anything else visible to you at that time?
No,
And so was a neighboring house, is that fair to say?
one of the neighboring houses, yes.
So whether it was a next door neighbor or a couple houses down, it was past that point, correct?
Correct.
And was there any further discussion that you recall in the backseat of the vehicle between yourself and Julie in relation to that earlier statement?
I asked for clarification.
Did you receive any further clarification?
No.
If I may have a moment, John?
Yes.
Nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, so this is a good place for us to take our morning recess to see folks about 15, 20 minutes.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks and follow me.
You are muted.
Thank you.
Her heart was structurally normal. It was the normal size. It did not have dilated chambers. All of her valves were normal. So there was really no great reason why she would be experiencing a cardiac arrhythmia at this time of her life without anything preceding it. After that, we're left with asphyxia. And asphyxia is a diagnosis of exclusion. And in our opinion, we did thoroughly exclude the other potential causes of death with a negative autopsy.
And when we talk about being left with asphyxia, is that what you ultimately determined to be the cause of death?
We did.
What did you determine to be the manner of death?
Manner of death in this case was homicide.
How many types of manners do you consider?
So we have 5 manners of death that we get to choose from.
And what are those?
So there is natural, which is death by a natural disease process. Accident, which is death from an accidental external factor. Suicide, which is death by one's own volitional act. And homicide, which is death by the act of another person. And then if after the autopsy and examination, we don't have enough information to make a determination, we have a category that is cannot be determined.
Have you ever conducted an autopsy where you determined the manner to be undetermined?
Yes.
Have you conducted other autopsies where you determined the manner to be homicide?
Yes.
Do you know approximately how many autopsies you've conducted?
In my career, I've conducted approximately 2,000 autopsies.
And if we now go back to that cause of death being asphyxia, are there various ways that someone can die from asphyxiation?
Yes.
What are some of those?
So I separate asphyxia into 4 general categories. So the first is exclusion of oxygen. So the airway is obstructed by something. Examples of this would be like choking, drowning, having a bag placed over the face or over the head to exclude oxygen. The second category that we see the most in my line of work is neck compression. So this would be things like hanging. Then we have chemical asphyxia, which is there is some type of chemical that is displacing oxygen on your red blood cells. So that's like carbon monoxide poisoning or cyanide poisoning. And then the last is a mechanical asphyxia, where there is some weight that's on the chest that's not allowing it to rise or allowing a person to breathe.
So with that last category, could that asphyxia be a cause that's linked to the manner being homicide?
It could be.
And again, we talked about the bruising that you observed. Do you recall where it was on Miss Daybell's body?
So Miss Daybell had 1 bruise on the left side of her chest. She had 1 bruise on her left arm, and then she had a cluster of bruises on her right arm.
In your opinion, could those be consistent with someone being restrained?
Yes.
Could they be consistent with someone having pressure applied?
Yes.
Did you do anything to attempt to determine the age of those bruises?
Yes.
And what did you do?
So we took samples of the bruises to look at under the microscope. And when we did this, we're looking for, what causes the color of the bruise, which is hemorrhage or bleeding into the skin from the ruptured blood vessels. And then we're looking at any type of inflammatory response that the body is mounting to try to clean up all of the hemorrhage.
And what were you able to determine, if anything, in relation to the bruises on Tammy Daybell?
So all of the bruises on Miss Daybell were what we would call acute, which meant that under the microscope, the only thing there was bleeding into the soft tissues under the skin. So there was no inflammatory response. So the body had not started to mount a response to try to clean up the injury.
What, if anything, were you able to determine in relation to the age of the bruising based on that?
So I would consider these perimortem bruises, which would mean that they occurred probably within a couple hours of her death to maybe a few minutes after her death.
Did you observe any lividity on Miss Daybell's body?
Yes.
Can you explain a little bit about what lividity is?
So lividity is a postmortem change that happens in the body when the blood stops circulating. So when your heart's not beating anymore and blood is not circulating through your body, it kind of just falls with gravity. So whatever the position a person is in, all of the blood that's in your blood vessels just starts to settle. And so it settles to those lowest dependent portions that are closest to the floor just because of gravity.
Where did you observe the lividity on Tammy's body?
On Tammy's body, it was a little bit more difficult to see because, again, she was embalmed, so much of the blood in her body had been removed. But she did still have some lividity on her back and her posterior surfaces.
And mentioning the embalming, does that create issues in conducting an autopsy?
It can.
In this case, did you feel that it affected your ability to perform the autopsy?
No.
Did it have an impact on your ability to determine the manner of death?
No.
And have you ever, are you familiar with the coroner systems?
Yes.
And can you explain a little bit about the difference between a coroner and a medical examiner?
Sure. So a medical examiner is a forensic pathologist. So they are physicians who go through medical training and then specialized training in pathology and forensic pathology to do what they do. Coroners are often either elected or appointed to a position where they are in some ways doing the same thing as a medical examiner, but not always with the same level of education.
And in your experience, is it fair to say coroners don't even have to have any medical training?
In some places, they do not.
And you work in Utah, correct?
Correct.
And is that a medical examiner system?
Yes.
Are you, as part of that office, tasked with determining whether or not an autopsy should be conducted?
Yes.
And does that include for unattended deaths?
Yes.
Can you explain what an unattended death is?
So in Utah, an unattended death is an individual who passes away when they are not under the routine care of a physician. So in Utah, we consider attended deaths if you are being treated for a lethal chronic medical condition within a year of you passing away. So if you have not seen a doctor for a year and pass away at home, that would be considered an unattended death, and those would be considered the jurisdiction of our office.
When you're determining whether or not to get an autopsy, do you consider additional factors?
Yes,
Does that include police reports?
it can.
Can it include witness statements?
Yes.
Does it include medical records?
Yes.
In regards to Tammy Daybell, did you in fact look at those types of documents?
Some of them before the autopsy and then additional afterwards.
And I talked about in terms of requesting an autopsy, do you also look at those in assisting in determining a cause and manner of death?
Absolutely.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about what rigor mortis is?
So rigor mortis is like lividity, again, a postmortem change. So when you stop breathing, all the oxygen that's currently in the body gets used up by your muscles until your muscles become stiff. And then once that happens, we usually continue to stay stiff until decomposition starts to break that down.
Are you able to determine a specific time of death based on rigor mortis?
No,
Does it assist in providing a time frame?
it could.
If a body is described as stiff and cold, would that indicate anything to you?
If they are being described as stiff and cold, what I would consider is that they've likely been deceased for a couple hours, but I would also be asking more questions of my investigators. What do you mean by stiff? Is it stiff in just her jaw? Is it stiff in her arms and her legs and her hips? Because that stiffening happens as a progression, starting with the smaller muscles and then going to the larger muscles. And so I would be asking my investigator more specifically, what are you meaning by stiff? And then that would give me more of a time frame that I can work with. But if somebody just says stiff to me, I would usually say a couple hours, but I can't be more specific than that.
And in the case of Tammy Daybell, is it fair to say you were not on scene initially when her death was reported?
No.
Please.
Watch your step.
All right, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Norm. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
You have lived in Canton your whole life?
Correct.
Graduated from Canton High School?
Yes.
Have been friends with Brian Albert Jr. since high school? I
Yes.
believe you said it's been probably about 10 years now that you've been friends?
Correct.
And the two of you actually went to the junior prom together, correct?
Correct.
You consider him a close friend.
Correct.
You've been to his house many times.
Yes.
You've gone inside the home and you've spent time in the backyard as well.
Yes.
Gone swimming in the pool that they had in the backyard.
Yes.
And in high school, you would hang out in their basement, would you not?
That's correct.
And you know that there's, in that basement, a bulkhead door that leads to the backyard, correct?
I never noticed it.
You're also on good terms with other members of the Albert family.
Correct.
You know his brothers and sisters, correct?
Correct.
Caitlin Albert, Brendan Albert, Kayla Albert, and Jack Albert.
Yes.
You also know his cousins?
Depends which ones, but yes.
Some of them.
Yes.
You know that Jennifer McCabe's daughters are Brian Albert Jr.'s cousins, correct?
Correct.
And you know both of Brian Jr.'s parents, Brian Albert Sr. and Nicole Albert, correct?
That's correct.
And you actually call Nicole Albert by her nickname, correct?
Sometimes yes.
And what is that nickname?
Coco?
And you know Brian Albert Sr. relatively well, having been over the house so many times, correct?
Depends what you qualify as well, but yes.
Do you find him a little standoffish?
He's quiet.
But in any case, you're comfortable at the Albert home.
That's correct.
And you were at the Albert home on the night of January 28th, going into the 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Got there around 8 p.m.
Correct.
And you didn't leave until around 2 a.m., give or take, on the 29th, correct?
Correct.
So, again, ballpark figures, if you were there from 8 p.m. until 2 a.m., that means that you spent about 6 hours at the Albert home that night into the early morning?
Correct.
And you yourself never left the home during those 6 hours, correct?
Correct.
You were inside the home the entire time.
Correct.
Were you interviewed by any police officer, state trooper, or other investigator about the events of that night on January 29th of 2022?
On that day?
Yeah, were you interviewed?
No.
What about the rest of January or even February of 2022? Were you interviewed by any investigator?
No.
The fact of the matter is that no investigator connected with this case took a statement from you in terms of an interview until about 9 months later, correct?
Correct.
And that was done at the district attorney's office on October 21st of 2022?
Correct.
Now, that night while you were at the house, you'll agree with me that there were people coming and going from the house the whole night, correct?
I mean, you would have to be more specific.
Okay, so I'm not talking about like every minute on the minute, but during those 6 hours, you saw people come and you saw people leave, correct?
Yes.
But you were not standing guard at the door to take note of everyone who was entering or leaving, or the times that they were entering or leaving, correct?
Correct.
You were not, keeping a log, for instance, of when somebody came in or when somebody left.
No.
And when you got there around 8 a.m., you came with your good friend Julie Nagel, correct?
Yes.
Julie's father dropped you off there.
Yes.
You saw Nicole Albert, Julie Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Brian Albert Jr. when you arrived, right?
Correct.
Then Julie Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Nicole Albert left, right?
Yes.
But then 4 other friends of Brian Jr. arrived, right?
Yes.
And you would name them when Mr. Lally was asking you questions before the break, right?
Yes, correct.
So with those 4 friends, with you and Julie and Brian Jr., that meant that at that point, there were 7 people in the house, right?
Yes.
Actually, there were 8 people because Colin Albert was there as well, correct?
It depends on what time you're referring to, but yes.
He got dropped off there at some point.
Yes.
And then he was one of the 8 people, including yourself, that you were with.
Correct.
You never saw him walk in the door, did you?
I don't remember.
You don't remember seeing him actually enter the house, correct?
Correct.
But during the night, you actually sat right next to Colin Albert at the table, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And with regard to Colin Albert, I believe you testified, you really wouldn't say he's a friend of yours, right?
That's correct.
He was more of an acquaintance, was he not?
That's correct.
Somebody that you met, but you didn't hang around with, right?
Yes.
You have never been in a hot tub with Colin Albert, correct?
Not that I know of, no.
You never took a trip to Maine with Colin Albert, right?
Objection.
No.
Sustained.
Because going away on a road trip, that'd be something that you do with a friend, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. And with regard to those 4 friends of Brian Jr. who arrived, your best estimate is that they came sometime between 11 p.m. and 12 a.m., right?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. I'm talking about Courtney Albert, Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, and Mary Kent. Strike that. You know what? Let me withdraw that question and rephrase it. They left sometime between 11 p.m. and 12 a.m.
Correct.
And you can't be sure precisely when they left because, again, you weren't watching the clock to make note of when people made their exits, correct?
I know they left before it was Brian Jr.'s birthday on the 29th, so I know it was before midnight, but other than that, no.
Right, and that's like an hour span of time that they could have left within, correct?
Correct.
You never saw Colin Albert physically walk out the door, did you?
I don't remember.
And then at some point before midnight, Brian Albert Sr., Brian Higgins, Nicole Albert, Jennifer McCabe, and Caitlin Albert all arrived at the Albert home, correct?
Yes, I don't know if you said Matt McCabe, but
And
yes.
Matt McCabe as well.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert arrived at about the same time?
Yes.
And that Caitlin Albert, Jennifer and Matt McCabe, and Nicole Albert all came back around the same time?
Correct.
Now, from that point until the time that you left around, and that was around 2 a.m., right? Give or take?
Correct.
From that point until around 2 a.m., the only person who left the house was your friend Julie Nick, right?
Correct.
Your understanding was that she went outside to talk to her brother Ryan Nick, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And in addition to not remembering seeing Colin Albert leave, you also did not see Brian Higgins physically leave, correct?
I don't remember.
And you also don't remember seeing Caitlin Albert leave, correct?
No, I don't remember.
You would agree with me that throughout the night while you were at the house, Caitlin Albert was playing music on her phone?
Yes.
There were surround sound speakers set up in the kitchen dining room area?
I don't remember that.
There were speakers though, correct?
Possibly.
So
I don't remember.
your memory is not that Caitlin Albert had a song or songs playing on her small iPhone, was it?
No, it was on a speaker. I'm just not sure if it was surround sound or a Bluetooth speaker like it was previously in the night.
All right, fair enough. People were singing and dancing, right?
Correct.
Pretty much everybody was singing, correct?
Correct.
People were talking.
Correct.
Everybody appeared to be in a good mood and having a good time.
Yes.
And with the music, the singing, the dancing, the talking, the drinking, there was a lot of activity going on in the kitchen dining room area, correct?
Yes.
There was plenty of, to pay attention to with regard to the people that were in that area, right?
Yes.
Brian Jr. was in the kitchen essentially the whole night.
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe was charging her phone on the kitchen island at one point.
Behind it, but yes.
Did she pick up her phone in your presence to make any calls or text anybody?
She picked up her phone. I'm not sure what she did with it.
But in any case, you'd agree with me it was noisy in the kitchen.
Yes.
And the kitchen's in the back of the house.
Yes.
Now, you had seen the Albert family dog, the German Shepherd, Chloe, prior to that day, correct?
Yes.
And Chloe was not a very outgoing dog around people, correct?
Correct.
In fact, your impression was that she was a former police dog, correct?
Possibly.
Right or wrong?
Maybe. I don't know.
While you were in the kitchen with all of the singing and dancing and talking and music going on, you did not hear Chloe bark, correct?
Correct.
You did not hear Chloe growl, correct?
Correct. Not that I remember.
You did not hear somebody get hit in the back of the head with anything, correct?
Objection.
Go ahead, you can answer that.
Correct.
And while you were there sitting, you could not hear what, if anything, was going on in the basement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. You were catching a ride home with the McCabe's ultimately, correct?
Correct.
At that time, you believed that you, Julie Nagel, Jennifer McCabe, and Matt McCabe were the last to leave 34 Fairview?
Correct.
So at that time, you believed that Brian Higgins and Caitlin Albert had left before you, correct?
I believe so.
But you didn't see Brian Higgins or Caitlin Albert physically walk out the door. At least you have no memory of that, correct?
Correct.
And when you left, you didn't check every room in the house to see who was still there, correct?
Correct.
You never went down to the basement that night.
That's correct.
And when you left 34 Fairview, the snow was starting to stick to the ground at around 2 a.m.?
That's correct.
But there weren't mounds of snow or snowbanks that had formed, correct?
Correct.
And when you left the home, you could still see part of the red brick of the walkway that leads to the driveway, correct?
Correct.
And when you got to the driveway, you could still see part of the color of the pavement, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you could still see some grass on the front lawn at 2 a.m., right?
I don't remember, but
If I may have a moment.
Yes.
You testified at a hearing on May 11th of 2023, so just about a year ago, in Boston, correct?
Correct.
And neither the prosecution in this case, Mr. Lally and Ms. McLaughlin, or any of the defense team was there, correct?
Correct.
Some other lawyer was asking you questions, right?
Objection.
Sustain, move along with this.
Sure.
please.
You were asked the question, quote, could you see the grass sort of on the lawn? And that was when you were leaving. And your answer was yes. Do you recall that question and answer?
I don't recall that.
If I suggested to you that that was the question and answer, would you dispute it?
Objection.
Sustain.
Is your memory exhausted as to whether there was that question of you and that answer given?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Do you not remember whether you were asked that question that I just read and the answer that you just gave?
I don't remember.
Okay. If you saw that transcript, would that refresh your memory?
Possibly.
Page 187, Counsel. May I approach?
Was there an objection? No? Yes, you may.
Thank you. Actually, I'm sorry, I just handed it to you and then took it away. I'm sorry about that. Lines 10 and 11, I would direct your attention. And just read it silently to yourself, please, and look up at me when you're done. If I may approach to grab that. Having reviewed that transcript, does that refresh your memory as to what you testified to a year ago?
Yes.
And was that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
With the word being sort of.
Yeah, well, I believe I read
Yes.
the question.
I'm just clarifying. Yeah.
But I did read it accurately, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Where was the McCabe's car parked?
In the driveway.
What other cars did you see in the driveway at that time?
I believe the by Albert family, I mean the ones that owned that house.
The parents.
Yes, correct. Their cars.
Do you know how many?
2.
And
Possibly.
where were those 2 cars parked? Strike that. Were there 2 lanes in the driveway where cars could park?
Yes.
And which lane, to the left or the right, were the Albert cars, or maybe they were in both?
I believe both.
Both.
Closest to the garage.
Okay, so they were pulled up closest to the entrance of the garage.
Correct.
In tandem, right next to each other.
Correct.
All right. And where was the McCabe's car behind? Which car?
If you're looking at the house, the lane to the left, I believe.
Okay. Now, when you first walked out of the Albert home, you'd agree with me that the front lawn was right in front of you, correct?
Yes.
There were no obstructions blocking your view of that front lawn,
No.
and there were lights on next to the Albert home front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And there was also a lamppost where the front walkway is, correct?
Correct.
And between the 2 garage doors, there's also a spotlight, is there not?
Correct.
And you would testify that snow had started to accumulate, right?
Correct.
And against that white snow, did you see a black baseball cap?
No.
Did you see a black sneaker?
No.
Did you see a 6'2", 220-pound man sprawled out right in front of you on that lawn?
No.
Did you see 45 pieces of red plastic?
No.
1 piece of red plastic?
No.
So you saw nothing unusual on that front lawn as you walked out of that house, correct?
That's correct.
As Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Julie Nagel were walking toward the McCabe car, none of them pointed to the front lawn to direct your attention to anything, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you would testify that Matt McCabe forgot something and had to go back in the house, correct?
Correct.
Which means he actually came out of the house twice that night, correct?
Correct.
And the second time he came out, he still would have been facing that front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And the second time that Matt McCabe came out, he didn't point at anything in the front lawn, correct?
That's correct.
And then the 4 of you were in the McCabe car, right?
Yes.
Matt McCabe was driving.
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe was in the front passenger seat next to him?
Yes.
Julie Nagel was seated behind the driver, behind Matt McCabe, right?
Yes.
And you were seated in the second row passenger seat to the right,
Yes.
behind where Jennifer McCabe was sitting.
Yes.
And the car backed out of the driveway, correct?
Yep.
And the rear of the car was then facing towards Cedar Crest?
Correct.
And the front of the car, where you were going to drive toward, would be toward Chapman Street, correct?
That's correct.
Which would have put you driving right past the Albert property line, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you were closer to that property line than Julie Nagel was, correct?
That's correct.
As you drove past?
Yes.
And as you drove past that front lawn, you saw nothing out of the ordinary, right?
I wasn't looking, but yes.
Okay. And we had previously talked about the fact that you were first interviewed by investigators on October 21st of 2022, right?
Correct.
And the investigator that spoke to you about 9 months after January 29th of 2022, you will agree with me, was Michael Proctor, correct?
That's correct.
And almost a year after that, you were visited by 2 female members of the defense team, were you not?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
My home was.
Okay. Do you recognize Ms. Little seated at council table as being one of those 2 females?
Okay, I'm going to see it sidebar.
Is it fair to say, Ms. Levinson, that you decided not to speak to anybody from the defense team?
That is correct.
And you hadn't before you and I just started this discussion, correct?
That is correct.
Nothing further. Thank you, Ron.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Ms. Levinson, with regard to the basement at 34 Fairview, when was the last time that you were in the basement area of the home?
Early college. So 2017, maybe?
That period of time that you were talking about where Ms. McCabe had her phone on the charger and was coming over to check on it, do you recall whether or not Colin Albert was still in the house at that point?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe he was, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, you come out of the house, you were asking questions about the lawn. The portion of the front lawn that you are talking about, as far as you observed, where is that in relation to the driveway?
To the, well, if you're,
Let me ask it a different way. So as far as,
Okay.
with respect to the front lawn area of the home, what part of the lawn did you make any observations of, or did you look at or see it when you were walking from the doorway to the vehicle?
when I walked out of the front door, I went down the steps of the stoop and I looked in front of me, like down, not straight. So it would be the grass that borders the front walkway.
So you weren't looking at sort of the entirety of the front lawn, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you spoke with Trooper Proctor, was he the only trooper there, or the only state police officer there when you spoke with him?
No.
Do you recall who the other trooper was?
I don't remember the name specifically. It was not like a common last name, though. I know that.
And as far as defense investigators or anybody else coming to your house, you chose not to speak with them, is that correct?
Correct. I was not home when what Mr. Ionetti was talking about. My parents were home. But out of respect, I contacted the defense to tell them the next day, I believe, that I had nothing to have a conversation with them about.
Why not?
I know that legally I didn't have to, and I didn't have anything to say.
Nothing further.
All right, you are all set, Ms. Levinson.
Okay, thank you.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Ms. Julie Nagel to the stand.
Watch your step for me. Main stand, face the front.
Raise your right hand. Yes, do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case down here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
How you doing?
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Yep, it's Juliana Nagel, Nagel,
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton, Mass?
My whole life.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
I live with my parents and my brothers, but mostly now just my parents.
And how many brothers do you have?
I have 2 older brothers.
And what are their names and sort of how much older than you are they?
My oldest brother, Ryan, is 31. And then my other brother, Sam, is 27.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do. I work for a car rental agency,
How long have you been doing that?
a little over a year and a half.
Now, ma'am, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into the early morning of the 29th. Do you recall where you were that evening?
I do.
And where did you go then?
To my friend Brian Albert's house.
And your friend, that's a Brian Albert Jr., is that correct?
Yes, Junior, yep.
And how is it that you know Brian Albert Jr.?
We went to school together, high school, so I've known him for quite some time.
And was Brian Albert Jr., was he in the same grade or the same class as you? Or
He was a year below me.
and do you recall about what time it was that you went over to his house the evening of the 20th?
I'm not sure exactly, but I would say probably around like 6.
And do you recall what day of the week that was, the 28th and the 29th?
I believe a Friday.
Or Friday and Saturday, is that correct? Mm-hmm. And how did you get?
Yes.
How did you get to Mr. Albert Jr.'s house that night?
My dad drove me.
And who, if anyone else, did your dad give a ride to one with?
My friend Sarah Levinson.
How long have you known Sarah Levinson?
Since middle school, I would say.
And you're familiar with Mr. Albert Jr.'s house at 34 Fairview Road?
Correct, yes.
And had you been there on occasion over the course of your friendship?
Yes.
Now, what was, as far as your understanding, what was sort of the plan for that evening?
Just hang out, have some drinks for my friend Brian's birthday, just to gather and hang out.
And when you arrived there, who, if anyone, in addition to yourself, Ms. Levinson, and Brian Albert Jr. were present at the home at that time?
From what I can recall, I just remember Brian Jr. Yep.
And at some point, did some other people come and join the group of the three of you at the home?
Yes.
And when about was that in relation to when you and Sarah arrived?
I can't remember. I don't recall the time frame.
Sometime after, though?
Yes. Yep.
Was it that came to join the group at some point?
It was me, Brian Jr., Sarah Levinson, Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, Mary Kent, Courtney Elba, Colin Albert, and then that's what I can remember from then in the early part of the night.
And so with respect to Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Kent, Ms. Alba, and was Ms. Duty as well, is that correct?
Correct.
How did you know them?
Through Brian Jr.
Were
Yep.
they in the same grade or class as you and Ms. Levinson? Or no?
In Brian's class.
Class below you?
Correct. Yep.
And so fair to say that you were closer friends with Brian Albert Jr. and Ms. Levinson than the other four girls that came with?
Correct. Yes.
You mentioned, as far as those four individuals, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Kent, Ms. Duty, and Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Duty, and Ms. Alba. Did they come together as far as you know?
I don't remember. I'm not sure.
And do you have any idea how they got there?
No, I do not.
Now, with reference to, you mentioned Colin, correct? Mm-hmm. And how do you know him?
So on the mhms, they have to be yes or no.
Okay, got it.
So what was that answer?
Do you mind repeating the question?
Let me
Thank
just
you.
ask the question. So with reference to Colin Albert, did you know Colin Albert prior to that evening as well?
Yes,
And how did you know Colin Albert?
through Brian Jr.
And what, if anything, did you know about the relationship between Colin Albert and Brian Albert?
They're cousins.
And about how old was Colin Albert around this time frame of January 28, 2022?
I'm not quite sure. I don't know.
You know whether or not he was in high school or college or something else?
High school.
And when was it that he arrived in relation to the four young ladies that you were talking about?
I don't remember. A little bit after, though.
Okay, so at some point in time after they had arrived.
Yes.
And they had arrived after you, is that correct?
Correct. Yep.
And over the course of the evening within the Albert house, where is it sort of within the home that you and sort of the group were congregating?
We were mostly in the dining room area with the kitchen. It's like an open floor plan a little bit.
And do you recall what specifically, or just generally speaking, what you were doing while you were hanging out and celebrating Brian Jr.'s birthday?
We got some food ordered from Deanie. Just hanging out, drinking. That was it.
Do you recall any music playing or anything like that?
Yes.
And how was that sort of set up, or what was it?
Yeah, I can mostly remember it being set up from the overhead speakers in the kitchen, like in the ceiling.
And was that being played through somebody else's phone or device or something like that?
Yes.
And do you recall who was sort of in control or who was controlling the music?
I believe it was Caitlin Albert.
And so prior to, at this point in time that you're talking about, sort of the initial was Caitlin there at that point?
Yes, she was.
I'm sorry, during the point in time when it was yourself and Ms. Levinson, the other four young women that you were talking about, and Colin Albert, was Caitlin Albert there at that point, if you recall?
Not at that point, no.
So that's what my question was.
Okay.
In relation to that time, who, if anyone, was
I
in charge of the
okay. No, not at that time. I don't remember.
Now, with respect to, now obviously you were there, and you were drinking, people were drinking, correct?
Yep.
Do you recall sort of what people were drinking?
I know at the time I was drinking Michelob Ultras, but mostly just White Claws, beers, from what I can remember.
And was anyone within this sort of initial group that we're talking about here drinking any more or less than anybody else?
I don't believe so, no.
And during this sort of initial period with these initial people, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor within it?
Yeah, everyone was having a good time. It was Brian's birthday, so, we were there just to have fun.
And at any point in time with this sort of initial group, did you see anybody go to any other area of the house beyond sort of the kitchen and dining room area?
No.
Now, at some point, did members of this sort of initial group, did they leave the house at some point over the course of the evening?
Yes.
And who left first and as, do you know who left first and about what time?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly who left at what point, but I know that Catherine, Duty, Emily Fabiano, Mary, Ken, and Courtney Alba left. I would say, and Colin left like before midnight.
And did they all leave around the same time, or did they leave at sort of staggered portions?
I would say staggered times.
Now, with reference to Colin Albert, do you know about what time he left?
I would probably say 11:30, 11:45.
And do you have any idea sort of how Colin, similar to what I asked about the other young ladies, do you have any recollection as far as how he got there or how he left or anything like that?
I'm not quite sure, no.
But do you recall specifically seeing him leave from the house?
Yes.
And which door would he have left from?
I'm not sure exactly what door, but I know someone did pick him up, but I'm not sure who did, so.
And so when it comes to the front door of Fairview Road, there's two doors in the front area of the house.
Yes.
And as far as with respect to either of those two doors, you don't remember him leaving from some other door to the house, correct?
Correct.
So if he left or when he left, it would have been from one of those two front doors?
Yes.
Now, at some point, at least after Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Duty, and Ms. Alba left, did people that lived at the house or other people sort of come back to the house?
Yes.
And about what time was that?
I'm not too sure, but I would say a little after midnight.
And who were the first people sort of to arrive in this, we'll call them sort of the second?
I don't remember who came, like who was first, who was second, like that, but I know who came, but I don't know what order.
And who were the people that came?
Yeah, so it was Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Brian Jr.'s parents, Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Higgins, and that's it. And Caitlin Albert, sorry.
Okay. And so when they came back, as far as the other four young women that you were talking about, they had already left, is that correct?
Yes.
And Colin Albert, was he still there when those people came back?
He left as well.
And so Brian Albert Sr. and Nicole Albert, those are Brian Albert Jr.'s parents?
Correct, yes.
You were familiar with them, obviously, prior to January 28th?
Yes.
And you mentioned Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you familiar with them prior to January 28th?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with them?
I'm through Brian Jr., just hanging out with them a few times, so just know them through the family.
And so through the family, well, my next question is, what, if any, relationship did they have to your friend Brian Albert Jr. that you...
They are his aunt and uncle.
And then with respect to Brian Higgins, is that someone that you knew prior to January 20th?
I did not know.
So you met him the first time that night at the Fairview home?
Correct, yes.
And when they came into the house, this sort of second group, where was it that they went and sort of congregated around the house?
Yeah, we all were still in the same room in the family, the floor plan, which was the kitchen and the dining room area. Yeah.
And at any point in time, well, let me ask you this. They come sometime shortly around or after midnight, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And about how long after they arrived, or about what time was it that you left the house for the evening?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
At some point, you went home that night?
Yes.
What time was it?
I would say, give or take, like 1:45.
And so between the time that they came back to the house around 12:15 or so, between that and 1:45, how would you describe sort of the mood and the demeanor in the house at that point?
It was still all the same. Everyone was having fun, hanging out.
music still playing, people drinking, having a good time?
Yes.
And over the course of this time, as far as the group that you talked about that was in the kitchen and dining room area, did you see any of those people go anywhere else?
I mean, to the bathroom, but I know at one point Mr. Albert, Brian's Jr.'s dad, took upstairs to let the dog out back, but he just opened the back door and watched him from the door and brought him right back upstairs. So that was the only time he like went upstairs, but
And as far as the kitchen dining room area, do you recall sort of how people were situated around that area during the time that the second group was there?
yeah, we were all sitting in like the kitchen table. It's like a square table, so we're all just hanging out around there. Some at like the island in the kitchen, but mostly all just there together.
Do you recall specifically, I know we're talking over 2 years ago, do you recall specifically where people were within that area around the table?
I don't know.
Do you recall where you were?
I was sitting like in the corner, so I could see like the island, the kitchen table, like the front door, and like the windows, I guess. Yeah.
Where you were seated around the table, could you see the front door?
Yes.
And so beyond the people that you'd already talked about being in that kitchen dining room area in that second group, did anybody else come into the house that night while you were there?
No.
And at the time on January 28, 2022, were you familiar with either a person named John O'Keefe or a person named Karen Reed?
No.
And at any point in time, not knowing them, did you see anybody else come into the house while you were there between that 12 to 12:15 and 1:45?
No one else came in, no.
Now, do you recall who was sort of around you where you were at the table? Immediately around you as well.
I would say Jennifer McCabe, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin. I can remember like sitting at the table like with me. Yeah.
Now, at some point in the evening, let me ask you this: what if any sort of plans did you have as far as how you were getting home?
Yeah, I did text my brother to see if he could pick me up on his way home with his friend, on their way home to come pick me up, which they did.
Which of your two brothers was that?
My brother Ryan.
So you texted Ryan to see if he could come pick you up?
Yep.
And did you have to give him like an address or anything like that, or how did you explain to him where you were?
I just said I was at Brian Jr.'s house, if he could pick me up.
And is that somewhere that your brother had picked you up from on prior occasions?
Yes.
And about what time, if you know, did you send that text to your brother about getting picked up?
I'd probably say a little after, probably like 15 minutes after midnight. Yep.
And as far as the other people in that second group that you were talking about, how did you reach out to Ryan to get picked up? Are those other people there?
Yes.
And you indicated that your brother then came to the house at some point?
Yes, he did.
And about how long after you texted him did he arrive, if you know?
I'm not quite sure.
And when he arrived, did he come into the house or did he reach out to you in any way to let him know?
He just texted, oh, sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Did he reach out to you at any point to let you know that he was there?
Yes, he did text me saying that he was outside.
And upon receiving that text, where did you go?
I went out through the front door.
Now, before you went out through the front door, what, if any, conversation, well, let me strike that as far as conversation, but who, if anyone, did you speak to about the fact that your brother was outside of the house?
Yeah, I just mentioned saying my brother's outside. I do remember someone or a few,
I want to hear the answer first.
just a few people saying, oh, just have your brother come in. So I went outside, and it was my brother in the passenger seat, his friend Ricky, and then his ex-girlfriend Heather. I asked them if they wanted to come in. They said no.
I'm going to let that stand, but next question.
So you go outside to where your brother is, right?
Yes,
And do you recall which of the two front doors you used to go outside?
I used the front door.
Front door is the one with the brick steps, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
You come down the brick steps, go down the walkway. Do you recall how you came down to where your brother was?
I walked down the steps through the little path, and then down the driveway, and they were parked right in front of the driveway.
So they were parked right at the end of the driveway?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle was this that you came up to?
It was Ricky's pickup truck, a Ford F-150.
And you mentioned that there were 3 people in the truck, is that correct?
Yes.
Where were they seated within the truck when you got?
Ricky was driving his truck, Ryan was in the passenger seat, and then Heather was in the back seat.
You mentioned that Heather is Ryan's ex-girlfriend, is that correct?
Correct.
Were they dating at this time?
At that time, yes.
Now, with regard to Ricky is someone who's a close friend of your brother, is that correct?
Yes.
You know him pretty well?
Yep.
And so you get to the truck, do you recall how it was that you were speaking to your brother Ryan? Was it sort of through an open window? Did he open the door? Or how were you communicating?
He rolled down his window.
And when you came out to the truck at the end of the driveway, what, if any, other vehicles did you see in the area of the house on Fairview?
Well, before when I went outside, I did notice another vehicle before my brother pulled up.
So you had gone outside before your brother had, or Ricky had fully sort of parked the truck?
No, he was like fully outside already, and then I went out, and it was just Ricky's truck.
Okay. And so at some point later, there was another vehicle that came up?
Prior.
Prior. Okay.
Correct.
And can you describe that vehicle for the jury? Sort of what did it look like? What kind of vehicle was it?
Yeah, it was a black SUV.
And had you ever seen that vehicle before?
No.
And you go up to the truck and you're talking to your brother, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, about how long a period of time were you talking with your brother next to the truck?
I would say maybe 3 minutes max, not even.
And did you invite your brother and his friends inside the house?
Yes.
And how did they respond?
They said, no, we just want to go home. And then I was like, I'll find out another ride home.
And so that brings me to my next question as far as arrangements for you coming home. Was there any, prior to you coming out of the house, was there any talk or discussion about how you would get home if you didn't go home with your brother?
Yeah, Matt McCabe and Jennifer did offer to drive me home if I didn't want to go home with my brother. So I just stayed and then took their offer.
So you decided you wanted to stay and took them up on their offer?
Correct, yes.
And in addition to yourself, who if anyone else, went home from the residence on Fairview with the McCabe's?
It was me and Sarah Levinson.
Now, if I could bring you back to that period of time when you're outside, the vehicle that you were talking about, where is that in relation to the pickup truck that Ricky's driving?
Well, it was like the SUV wasn't there when my brother was there. It was like before. Like when I was inside, I noticed it. Yeah.
And so at the time that you were talking to your brother in the pickup truck, was the SUV still there?
I don't believe so, no.
And so where was that SUV parked in relation to where the truck was?
So when I noticed, looking out the window, I did notice the SUV in front of the mailbox, and then pulled up a little bit in front of the yard, and then stopped, and then pulled up again towards the flagpole.
So you saw it in sort of 3 different locations at the time that you were seeing it?
Correct, yes.
And again, where were you in relation to the vehicle at the time that you made these observations of?
I was inside at the dining room table, looking out the window.
And at any point in time, did you see anybody come out of that?
I did not know.
And at any point in time, did you see any sort of, well, when you came out initially or when you were looking out and when you came out, do you recall anything about the weather and sort of what it was doing at that point?
It was, I would say like flakes of snow, a little dust on the ground.
And so from the dust on the ground, from either the SUV or the pickup truck that Ricky was driving, did you see any sort of like imprints in the snow from tires or anything like that?
I don't recall.
You don't recall if there was that much snow or what it was?
Correct.
And as far as anywhere in and around where you had seen the SUV at either of the 3 spots that you saw it, did you see any sort of like footprints in the snow or in the ground or anything like that? And did you see inside of the vehicle, see anybody inside at any point in time?
No.
And you never saw anybody get out of that vehicle at any of the 3 different points where you saw it parked, correct?
I did not know.
And when you saw the vehicle parked at those 3 sort of separate different locations, was the vehicle on? Was it running, if you could tell?
I'm not sure, no.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Nagel, I'm going to direct your attention to what's previously marked as Exhibit 71, 72, and 73.
Okay.
Right now, I'm just going to ask you to take a look at those and look up when you're finished. And at some point, I may ask you to use this, which is basically a laser pointer, press on that button and point it up at the screen. Okay?
Okay.
So first, if you could just look at 71, 72, and 73.
All set.
Generally, with respect to those 3 photographs, do you recognize what's depicted in them?
Yes.
And what do you recognize?
That it's my friend Brian Albert Jr.'s house.
Is that roughly what the house looked like at the time of January 28th, 29th, 2022?
Correct, yes.
If I could ask you to flip just back to the first one that I showed you, Exhibit 71. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish that to the jury at this time?
Okay.
And so, Ms. Nagel, directing your attention up to the screen above you, to your right. This is what you have before you as Exhibit 71, is that correct?
Yes.
If you could, using the laser pointer that's on the desk in front of you, if you could direct the jury's attention to the door that you were talking about that you came out in order to come down and talk to your brother.
Yes. That one right there.
Now, with respect to Richard's truck, when you came out to speak with your brother Ryan, where was the truck parked?
The truck was parked right here.
And with respect to that vehicle, the black SUV, where that vehicle was initially when you saw it, is that visible in this photograph?
Yes.
And if you could direct the jury's attention to where that. Thank you. If I could draw your attention to the next executive session to flip to Exhibit 72, and Ms. Gilman, if I can have that on. Again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 72?
Yes.
Now, the second position that you indicated you observed that black SUV in with relation to the house, if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention where that would be in this photograph.
Objection sidebar, Your Honor.
All right. Jurors, feel free to stand up and
So again, Ms. Nagel, direct your attention up to what's up on the screen is Exhibit 72. You indicated in your testimony that you saw the vehicle from inside the house at 3 different points, correct?
Yes.
You've indicated the first point in the last photograph is the second point that you saw the vehicle in. Is that depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
If you could, using the laser pointer, just direct your attention to that second point was that you saw. If I could ask you just to flip to the next exhibit, number 73. Just going to invite to have that up on the screen. And Ms. Nagel, with regard to the third point, or the third different location that you observed that black SUV on that morning, is that visible in this photograph?
Yes.
And again, using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to where you observed it at the third point that you observed the black SUV. Thank you. That's all with this. Ms. Gilman, you can take that.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Nagel, you speak with your brother outside, and then at some point, after a couple minutes, come back inside. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the people that you had mentioned that were in the kitchen and dining room area, were they still in that area?
Yes.
And at some point over the course of the evening, things eventually start to wind down and people are leaving the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you recall what order it was that the people left the house on that morning?
I'm not quite too sure, no.
And with respect to yourself, you indicated that you left with Ms. Levinson and the McCabe's, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall who, if anyone else, was present in the home when you left?
I'm not sure, no.
And so when you left, how was it that you came out of the residence at that point?
Out the front door.
Same front door that you had indicated earlier.
Yes.
So let's move on with which door, please. Go ahead.
You come out from that door, where was it that you went?
Went into Matt and Jennifer's car.
Do you recall anything about the car, what type of car it was, or?
It was an SUV, but I don't know what kind it was.
And where was that vehicle parked when you went over to it?
I was in the driveway.
And do you recall sort of how you came from the front door to the driveway?
Just walked on through the pathway in the front yard and then out the door.
So sort of along the brick path to the driveway to the car?
Yes.
Do you recall when you got in the car where it was you were seated or where anyone else was seated in the car?
Yeah, it was Matt driving, Jennifer in the front, and then me behind Matt, and then Sarah next to me in the back behind Jen.
Now, after you get in the car, about how long was it before the car backs out of the driveway and leaves?
I'm not quite too sure.
And what, if any, conversation do you recall as far as going on during that period of time prior to the car backing out and going?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Now, when the vehicle leaves from the house, at some point it's going by the house, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall which side of the McCabe's vehicle was facing towards the house? And by that I mean, was it the side you were sitting on or the side that Ms. Levinson was sitting
On the side that Sarah was sitting on.
on? And that would have been the passenger side, is that correct?
Yes.
And at the time that the vehicle was driving by the house, what is it that you were doing at that time?
We were having a conversation. So Jen was kind of facing towards the back, towards me and Sarah. We were talking about making PB and jelly sandwiches because there was some peanut butter and jelly and bread in the car. So talking about that. But yeah.
And so when Ms. McCabe she's in the front seat, is that right?
Yes.
And she's talking to you and Ms. Levinson, correct?
Yes.
And how is it that she's positioned, talking to you with relation to the seat that she's in?
Yeah, I would say she was kind of turned back a little bit towards us in the back seat.
And what I'm asking is, she turned towards sort of the center of the vehicle, or she turned towards the window next to it?
Towards the center of the vehicle.
And you're speaking to her and to Ms. Levinson, correct?
Yes.
Which direction are you facing?
Facing towards Sarah and Jen.
And which direction is Sarah facing as you're having this conversation?
Towards me.
And as you drive by the home, what, if anything, did you observe?
I did notice behind Sarah and Jen, I did notice something out of the ordinary, like a black blob in the ground by the flagpole.
And from where you were situated in the car, do you know sort of what was the lighting like over in that area of the yard that you saw by the flag?
It was pretty dark out, but the snow was kind of heavy at that point, so couldn't really see too much, but...
So the snow's coming down at that point?
Yes.
And if you know about where in relation to the flagpole was this black object that you saw?
I would probably say close to the street, but in their lawn, right kind of in front of the flagpole next to it.
Now, I'm sorry to do this again, but Ms. Gilman, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would just ask that exhibit number 72 be back up on the screen.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I should actually ask for exhibit number 73. Now, Ms. Nagel, if I could ask, the area where you saw this black object, can you see that area depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where, as specific as you can be, where you observed it. Now, as the vehicle is going by the house, as you make that observation, what, if anything, did you say in the back seat of the car?
I did say out loud, I was like, I think I might have saw something. I'm not kind of sure what it was. But I was also intoxicated drinking, so didn't really know what I saw. But Sarah was like, "What, Julie?" And I was like, "I don't know what it was." And then that was kind of really it.
And that was sort of the end of the conversation in reference to that, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Let me have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ms. Nagel, if I could just ask you one more question. With regard to the object that you saw in that area, the flagpole, can you describe how big an object it was that you saw?
I'd probably say like 5 or 6 feet, long, but
And at the time that you were driving by at that point, could you tell what it was?
not quite sure, no. It was just too quick to tell.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Mr. Unity?
Thank you, Ron. Good afternoon, Ms. Nagel.
Good afternoon.
On January 28th of 2022, you got to 34 Fairview Road at about 6 or 7 p.m.,
Correct.
and you didn't leave until 1:30 or 2 a.m., correct?
1:45 around there, yeah.
Okay. So you were there approximately 8 hours?
I'm not really sure about the math, but I guess so.
A lot of hours.
Yep.
Other than the people who lived at the home and slept there, you were one of the ones to spend the most time there that night, correct?
I'm not sure.
You got there early. You got there early, correct?
Yes.
And you left late, correct?
Yeah.
And you were inside almost the entire time, correct?
Yes.
So you came in contact with just about everybody who came into that house, correct?
Yes.
And you know that everyone who was in the house that night is a witness in this case, correct?
Yes.
The only time you went outside before you left was when your brother Ryan arrived, correct?
Yes.
And even when you went outside, you stayed on the Albert property, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And you had some contact with your brother out there, correct?
Yes.
And you know that he's a witness in this case as well, correct?
I do, yes.
Right. And despite having contact with all of these witnesses in this case, Trooper Proctor didn't talk to you on January 29th, did he?
No.
Or the rest of January or the whole month of February, correct?
Correct.
He didn't interview you about these statements that you're making today until October of 2022, correct?
If that's what it says on paper, yeah.
October 5 of 2022, does that sound right?
I don't know.
It was many months after January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Over 8 months after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
If that was the time frame, yes.
And when he spoke to you on October 5, Trooper Proctor asked you for the first time to remember the details from 8 months before that, correct?
If that was the time frame, yes.
And you are good friends with Sarah Levinson, correct?
Yes.
Certainly over the last 2+ years, the two of you have discussed what happened on January 28th and 29th, correct?
Yeah.
And you know that Michael Proctor only interviewed you after the defense in this case filed a motion to get Sarah Levinson's name from the DA's office.
Objection, Your
correct?
Honor.
The objection sustained. Next question.
So you've known Brian Jr. since your sophomore or junior year, correct?
Yes.
And you actually graduated Canton High School in 2016, correct?
Correct.
But you've known him since 2014 or 15?
Yes.
9 or 10 years?
Yep.
He's a good friend.
Yes.
He's a close friend of yours, correct?
Yes.
And on January 28th of 2022, you were one of a select group of his friends who went to his house to celebrate his birthday the following night, right?
Yes.
And you don't go to somebody's house whom you graduated high school with 10 years previously to celebrate their birthday if they're just an acquaintance, correct?
Objection.
I don't know.
I'll let the answer stand.
When you got there, other than Sarah Levinson and yourself, everyone at the house was a member of the Albert family, correct?
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Sure. You and Sarah Levinson are not actually Alberts, correct?
Correct, yes.
But everybody else at the house was when you got there.
No.
You named Brian Albert Jr., correct?
Yes.
Julie Albert,
I did not know.
Nicole Albert,
I did, yes.
Caitlin Albert,
Yes.
Brian Albert Sr. might have been there.
Yes.
And you knew the Alberts well enough to know the names that we just discussed, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to that, the McCabe's were related to the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And you knew Jennifer and Matt McCabe before that night, right?
I'm sorry, can you?
Yes. Before January 28th of 2022, you knew Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
Yes.
You had been to their home before,
Who's home?
the McCabe's home.
I don't recall.
You'd driven their daughters around, correct?
I have, yes.
And you had actually pet sat for the McCabe's golden doodle, correct?
Correct, yes.
Their home.
Yes.
And so the answer to my previous question is certainly you've been to their home, correct?
Yes.
And their golden doodle was named Bailey, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you knew Jennifer McCabe well enough that you called her by a nickname, correct?
Yes.
What was the nickname that you referred to Jennifer McCabe by?
JJ.
And you knew that JJ was Nicole Albert's sister, correct?
Yes.
Now, on the night of January 28th into the 29th, you saw Brian Albert Sr. After he came back to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You were on the first floor of that residence the whole night, were you not?
Yes.
And you have a specific memory of Brian Albert Sr. walking Chloe through the first floor of that house, correct?
Yes.
When Brian Albert Sr. was walking Chloe through the first floor of that house, he maintained control of Chloe's collar, did he not?
He did, yes.
You like dogs, right?
I do.
But you didn't pat Chloe, correct?
I have, yes.
That night.
No.
You've never pet sat for Chloe, correct?
No.
But you did hang out regularly at the Albert home for years because of your friendship with Brian Jr., correct?
Yes.
Which meant that you have had contact with Chloe over the years, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that Chloe's a very different dog than Bailey, the McCabe's golden doodle, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
Bailey is a friendly dog, is he not?
Objection.
Sustain.
Chloe is not friendly, correct?
Objection.
I'll let you have that. Can you answer that?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, Chloe is not a friendly dog.
I mean, I would say so, yeah.
It was clear to you that she is not good with people, correct?
I'm not aware.
On January 28th and 29th, while you were in the kitchen dining room area, you'll agree with me that there was music playing for most of the night, correct?
For a decent amount, yes.
And that area of the house has surround sound speakers.
Yes.
Everybody was in a good mood?
Correct, yes.
Talking,
Yes.
drinking,
Yep.
singing,
I don't remember.
dancing,
Yeah.
and all the action was in the kitchen dining room area, correct?
Yes.
And that was where your attention was mainly focused, was it not?
It was, yes.
Because that's where everybody was.
Yes.
You were not monitoring the basement door, were you?
No.
And you never went down to the basement, correct?
No, I did not.
Prior to January 28th of 2022, you knew who Colin Albert was, correct?
Yes.
You knew that he was your friend Brian Jr.'s first cousin, right?
Correct.
When you were at 34 Fairview, you did see Colin there, correct?
I did, yes.
You believe that he got there shortly after Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Julie Albert left the residence, correct?
At some point, yeah.
And you say at some point, that's because you're not sure of the exact time when he got there, correct?
Correct.
You're also not sure of the exact time when he left, correct?
I would say 11:30, 11:45, around there.
He wasn't somebody who was important to you that night, was he?
Not really, no.
You weren't paying attention to monitor when he came or when he left, were you?
No. I said no.
You never physically watched him walk out the door, correct?
I don't remember.
You can't even say which door he walked out, correct?
I don't know.
You never saw him get picked up.
I did not know.
You never saw any car arrive for him.
I don't know.
And you never saw how he got home.
No.
Now, on January 29th of 2022, after midnight, your brother Ryan Nagel and you lived in the same home, correct?
At the time, yes.
at about 12:15 to 12:20, you texted your brother Ryan for a ride home, correct?
If that's what the timestamp says, yes.
Do you have a screenshot of that text message?
Somewhere, yes.
Did you provide that to any investigator or assistant district attorney?
I don't remember.
Do you recall whether any assistant district attorney or investigator asked you for a copy of that text message?
I don't know.
Is that text message still on your phone?
I don't know.
Did you delete that text message?
I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's move this along, Mr. Eden.
When you texted Ryan that night, you were contacting him because you thought it was an appropriate time for you to leave, correct?
Yeah.
How long did it take your brother Ryan to get to the Albert home after that text message?
I don't know.
Was it an hour?
I don't think so, no.
Was it a half hour?
I do not know.
So you have no idea how long it took him to get there and how long you stayed after you texted him, correct?
I don't know, no.
By the time you're texting Ryan, Ms. Nagel, how much do you think you had had to drink since 6 or 7 p.m.?
A decent amount.
Would you say that another word for it would be a lot?
No.
What were you drinking that night?
Michelob Ultras.
And how many did you have?
I don't know, I don't remember.
Did you bring your own Michelob Ultras to the party?
I don't know.
You don't remember whether you brought any beer to the party?
I don't know.
Where was the beer?
I either brought it or, I don't know, I don't remember. It was 2.5 years ago.
Where was it within the home?
In the fridge.
You have no memory of like running out of beer that night, correct?
I don't remember, no.
There appeared to be plenty of beer to go around, correct?
For myself, yeah.
Between the time that you texted your brother Ryan and the time he arrived, it's fair to say that you changed your mind about going home with him, correct?
Yes.
You changed your mind while you were still inside the Albert home, correct?
I did not say that, no.
Well, I'm asking you now.
No.
You changed your mind only after you left the residence and went out to talk to him?
Yes.
You claimed on direct examination that he was the one that said, "Why don't you stay longer?"
No, that's not what I said.
Who was it that said that you wanted to stay longer?
If myself.
So you told him that you wanted to stay longer, correct?
Yeah. I did.
And when you went outside, you learned that he had come and his friend, is it Ricky D'Antuono? How do you pronounce the name?
It's Ricky D'Antano.
D'Antano. Ryan had come in Ricky D'Antano's gray Ford F-150 truck, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I butchered that. When you went outside, you saw that your brother Ryan was in Ricky D'Antano's gray Ford F-150 truck, correct?
Correct, yes.
He was sitting in the front passenger seat of the truck, correct?
Ryan, yes.
The truck was parallel to the Albert's residence, correct?
Yes.
It was not parked in the driveway.
No.
The truck was facing toward Chapman Street, toward going up the hill, correct?
Yes.
So Ryan's seat would have been the closest to the property, right? The passenger seat?
I'm sorry, closest to the what?
To the Albert home.
Yes, correct.
You walked down the driveway to get to the truck, correct?
Yes.
Cave's SUV was in the driveway at that point, was it not?
Yes.
And at that point, strike that. I want to go back, if I can, to when you were inside the house, because you had testified that when you were inside, you looked out the window and you saw a different vehicle, correct?
I did, yes.
That was the black SUV.
Yes.
And you've testified that you saw that black, from within the house, you saw that black SUV move 2 times, correct?
More than 2.
So it was at first parked near the mailbox,
Yes.
and then you saw it move forward, right?
Yes.
And then you saw it move forward again to near the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And was there a third time that you saw it move?
I saw it pull up, stopped, pulled up again, stopped, pulled up again by the flagpole, stopped. That's all I saw.
All right, and that was all while you were inside the house, correct?
Correct, yes.
When it was pulling up like that, Ms. Nagel, it wasn't going 80 miles an hour, correct?
It was not, no.
It wasn't going 50 miles an hour, correct?
I mean, I didn't have a radar gun on me, but no.
It was going at a safe speed, correct?
Yeah.
It wasn't going a very long distance, correct? Each time?
No.
Just a matter of several feet, correct? Adjusting its position?
Just pulled up and stopped a few times.
Right. And as you saw it pull up and stop a few times from within the home, its direction was always forward, correct?
From what I saw, yes.
Right. You never saw that car back up, correct?
No.
You certainly never saw it speed at a crazy pace backwards, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Now, I'd asked you about the text messages that you had with your friend Ryan, and you could not recall whether any investigator or assistant district attorney asked you for screenshots of that, correct?
My friend or my brother?
Did I say friend?
You did, yes.
Thank you for correcting me. I did mean your brother Ryan, thank you. And I appreciate the fact that you're paying attention, at least one of us is.
Yeah.
So I asked you about the screenshots of the text messages that you had with your brother Ryan and whether any investigator or assistant district attorney had asked you for them, correct?
I don't remember.
You didn't remember, right. But somebody did ask you for a screenshot, correct?
Yes.
Who was that?
JJ McCabe.
And by JJ, you mean Jennifer McCabe?
Correct, yes.
When JJ asked you, do you remember when it was that JJ, Jennifer McCabe, asked you for a copy of those screenshots?
I do not remember, no.
Did you provide them to Jennifer McCabe?
I did, yes.
Did Jennifer McCabe, when she asked you to provide her with those screenshots, claim that she was an investigator in this case?
Objection.
You can answer that.
Do you mind repeating that, please?
Sure. When Jennifer McCabe, or as you call her, JJ, asked you for screenshots of the text messages that you had with your brother Ryan, did Jennifer McCabe tell you that she was investigating this case?
No.
And you have no memory of providing those screenshots to any investigator other than Jennifer McCabe, correct?
I don't remember, no.
Okay. Now, when you're ultimately leaving the residence, it's about, I think you said 1:45 a.m. is your best guess?
Yes.
You walked out which door?
The front door.
And that would be the one to the left, right? The real front door of the house.
Yes, correct.
That door faces right to the front lawn, correct?
Yes.
You left with Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Sarah Levinson, correct?
Correct.
And you all went out the same door, correct?
I know what door I went out. I don't know about, it could have been. I don't know if they went through the side, but yeah.
Fair to say that walking out the front door of that house, you saw no body on that front lawn in front of you, correct?
When I walked out?
Correct.
No.
None of the other 3 people yelled out that they saw a body, correct?
Correct.
You got into Jennifer McCabe's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you were seated behind the driver, correct?
Yes.
And the driver was Matthew McCabe, correct?
Correct.
Jennifer McCabe was in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
And Sarah Levinson was sitting next to you behind the front passenger, correct?
Yes.
Matthew McCabe backed the car out of the driveway and then headed up toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
That meant that the passenger's side of the vehicle was closest to the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
So that meant that Sarah Levinson and Jennifer McCabe were in the seats that were closest to the Albert home, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. As Matthew McCabe was driving that vehicle alongside the Albert property line, Jennifer McCabe in the front passenger seat and Sarah Levinson in the rear passenger seat were the closest two people to the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
And as the car passed in front of the Albert home, you saw no tire tracks in the snow, correct?
I don't remember.
Right. You claim now to have seen a black object in the snow, correct?
Yes.
Object is the term that you used when you were finally interviewed about this matter, correct?
A black object, yes.
Right. You never before ever told any investigator that what you actually saw was a black blob, correct?
I don't remember.
And you also never, ever told any investigator that this black object that you described was actually 5 feet or 6 feet long, correct?
Correct, yes.
The very first time you're now mentioning this testimony that this black object, as you describe it, was actually 5 or 6 feet long was just today, after 12 noon on May 14th of 2024, correct?
Lally asked me how big it was, so I just told him right now, yeah.
Yeah, Lally, when you say Lally, you mean Mr. Lally, correct?
Yes, Mr. Lally, correct, yes.
Mr. Lally just asked you during this trial, again,
Yeah.
right before this jury. That's the first time you've ever been asked or ever given an answer as to how big that object was, correct?
Not necessarily, no.
Did you review any report that was taken when the investigators spoke to you regarding this case before taking the stand today?
No.
You've never testified in a grand jury regarding this case, correct?
Correct.
You've never testified in any hearing regarding this case, correct?
In this hearing, in this case,
Besides today.
no.
And you would agree with me that it is nowhere on record that this black object that you talk about was ever 5 or 6 feet long prior to telling the jury that today.
Objection.
You have to ask that differently, Mr. Unity.
Today, this afternoon, is the first time that you've provided testimony or information to any official regarding this case that the object was 5 or 6 feet long.
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Who did you tell prior to today?
About what?
Okay, I thought we were talking about the fact that you've now testified that this black object was 5 or 6 feet long. You recall that?
Today, yes.
And my question to you was, you've never mentioned that this black object was 5 or 6 feet long until the last hour or so when Mr. Lally questioned you about it, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you were passing the property, you did not think it was a body.
At the time, no.
You claim that you told everyone in the car that you saw something, correct?
Correct.
And your friend Sarah said what? Or something to that effect, correct?
Correct.
And there was no further conversation after that, correct?
Not that I can remember. No.
And you didn't think that it was a person who was in trouble, correct?
Objection.
Did you think that? At what time, Mr.?
When you're leaving the property, after leaving the house at 1:45 a.m. and getting into the McCabe vehicle and passing the Albert lawn, you did not think that you saw a person who was in trouble, correct?
No,
Or a person that may have needed help, correct?
I don't know, no.
And you were right there, correct, passing the property?
I was passing the property,
Not
yes.
as close to the property as your friend Sarah Levinson, but you were in the back seat on the driver's side, correct?
Correct.
And you were in a car such that if you thought that you saw something that could have been a person, all you had to do was tell the driver, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell the driver that you saw somebody who was in trouble?
Well, I said it out loud in the car.
So is it your testimony now that you said out loud in the car, there's a person who's in trouble?
That's not what I said, no.
You didn't mention a person at all in the car, correct?
No,
You did not tell Matthew McCabe, hey, stop the car, correct?
I did not know.
If you had seen a person in the snow lying there, you would have done something about it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You didn't ask Matthew McCabe to stop.
No,
You didn't ask him to back up.
nope,
You didn't ask him to check on whatever it was.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
no.
You had your phone with you, correct?
Yeah,
Your phone was working, correct?
I don't remember.
You used that phone to text your brother.
An hour and a half before.
Are you testifying today that your phone was completely out of charge?
I don't remember, no.
Did you text your good friend Brian Albert Jr. to tell him that you saw somebody lying on his front lawn?
Did I text him
Yes.
that night?
As you are supposedly seeing this black object,
Objection.
the immediate aftermath of that, did you text Brian Albert Jr. to tell him about that black object?
So in that form, it's sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Yanni.
You had your friend Sarah Levinson with you, correct?
I did in the car, yes.
You knew she was a nurse, correct?
Yeah,
You didn't tell your friend Sarah that you just saw somebody lying in the snow during a blizzard who might need some help, correct?
I did not know.
That Brian Jr.'s father was a police officer, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's move this. Are you just about done with this line of questioning? I'll give you a little bit more.
Just a couple more questions and I'm
Okay,
done.
go ahead.
You knew that he was a police officer, correct?
Yes,
And obviously a first responder as a police officer, right?
yeah,
And you knew that that was Jennifer McCabe's brother-in-law, correct?
yes,
And Jennifer McCabe was in the car with you, correct?
yes,
You didn't tell Jennifer McCabe or JJ to call her brother-in-law, correct?
no,
The fact of the matter is, you did nothing, right?
yeah,
And that's because you did not see a body on that lawn, correct?
Objection.
Is that true? Can you answer that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You didn't see a body on that lawn.
I mean, I don't know what I saw, but I saw an object.
You were drinking for hours.
Is that a question?
Yes, you were drinking for hours, is that correct?
Yeah,
And you were intoxicated as you were leaving that home.
Objection.
Were you?
yes.
You were drunk, right?
Some would say, yeah,
You would say.
yeah,
And you believed that except for Matt McCabe, who was driving, everybody in the car was drunk, right?
Objection.
no, I don't know.
I'm going to let that answer stand.
You have previously testified, I'm sorry, strike that. You have previously given a statement indicating that you believed that everybody in that car except for Matthew McCabe was drunk. Do you deny that?
I don't remember at this moment.
All right. You told investigators that when Brian Albert Jr. called you the next morning and you found out about the tragedy the previous night, you, quote, put two and two together, correct?
I did, yes.
And when you put two and two together, you did not call the Canton Police, correct?
I did not know.
Not call the state police, correct?
Nope.
Not call the district attorney's office.
No.
You would agree with me that you just sat on this revelation, correct?
I would.
Action, Your Honor.
Okay, that's sustained in that form.
And you were not interviewed by any investigator in January, February, March, or any time over the spring or summer of 2022, correct?
I don't remember the time frame, but not right after, no.
And when an investigator finally spoke to you, it was Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
He was the one who took your statement on October 12th of 2022, correct?
If that was the date and time, yes.
And that was over 8 months after you were driving past the Albert home at around 2 a.m. while you were drunk and supposedly seeing some black object, correct?
Before 2 a.m., yes.
And you know, Ms. Nagel, that as of October of 2022, the defense had, in this case, had publicly announced that
Objection,
no
Your
one in
Honor.
that house saw
All
a
right.
body on that front lawn.
So that question's improper. I'm going to strike that question.
No further questions, thank you.
All right.
So we're going to break. I have to bring you back tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, so jurors, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know if it actually stands. And we'll see you tomorrow, okay? Tomorrow's a full day.
All rise in the court, please.
So no, you guard.
I don't know.
You can stand.
Okay.
Ms. Nagel, you can stand, and then when the last juror goes, you
I can go. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Now you're all set.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes. All right, Tori, I haven't really looked at this yet, but what time are you gonna do this?
So you can come in and we'll do it right now if you want. Okay.
Your Honor,
Don't want- we can-
sorry, may we approach this as a
Sure.
scheduling thing?
Counsel, we're still on the case, so why don't you come on up?
Goodbye.
Football, right?
Tonight, the dramatic showdown in Donald Trump's hush money trial. Michael Cohen testifying against his former boss. Mr. Trump's former fixer turned foe, Michael Cohen, taking the stand for his highly anticipated testimony, telling the jury Mr. Trump directed him to pay off Stormy Daniels to keep quiet about their alleged affair to protect his 2016 campaign. Cohen saying Mr. Trump told him, quote, just take care of it. The defense preparing to attack Cohen's credibility after calling him an admitted liar. And the secret tape Cohen made of Trump played for the jury. Also tonight, the race to escape Rafah. 360,000 people fleeing as Israeli forces advance on the southern Gaza city. Terrifying moments at a Louisiana church during a live stream service. A teen with a gun stopped as he tries to get into the building with 60 children inside for their first communion. Severe weather from Texas to Florida. We're tracking it. Wildfire smoke from Canada moving into the U.S. Air quality alerts in multiple states. Pro-Palestinian protests disrupting some graduations. Jerry Seinfeld's speech at Duke prompting dozens to walk out. Just in, the dramatic controlled demolition of a massive piece of Baltimore's collapsed bridge.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening and
eastbound towards Yellowstone Lake and then turns south towards Lewis Lake. It passes Lewis Lake on that main road, which is a paved road. And at 1712, it appears to turn around, reverses course, drives back past Lewis Lake, past Yellowstone Lake, past Old Faithful, and then out of the west entrance of the national park at 1840. It then makes a stop in West Yellowstone, Montana itself in a commercial area at 1845 and leaves that area in 1902.
And again, in relation to this device, when the device is shown to be at the entrance of the national park, there's also a video placing a pickup truck with Alex Cox and Tylee Ryan in the vehicle.
When it enters the park, yes. When it exits the park, there was some camera footage, but I believe it just captured the back license plate. It didn't capture who was in the vehicle at that point.
If we go to this next slide, can you tell us what we're seeing on this slide?
So that this is an image taken from the same mapping software that I was reviewing that had been provided to me by Nick Balance with the data points mapped in it. And this is an overhead view of the Old Faithful geyser and the lodge area around Old Faithful.
And these are some of the data points we just talked about on the previous slide. Is that correct?
Yes, it also can, these red data points are the data points that I just talked about that show the device in the area of some of those locations. So I can point at those if you'd like.
If you would, please do so.
So the upper left here is the geyser itself, Old Faithful. This is a boardwalk area where spectators can see the geyser. This is the Old Faithful Lodge cafeteria. The Old Faithful parking lot is not in this photo, but it's located roughly southeast of this location. So we had a series of data points, first at the cafeteria area from 1504 to 1522. And then we had a series of GPS data points fairly precise from 1542 to 1604 clumped together here on the boardwalk. And then after that, we didn't get some data points until 1615 when they were in the Old Faithful Lodge parking lot and seemed to leave that area about 1627.
And do you know what type of data points these are?
I believe it's a mixture of Wi-Fi and GPS. When I say Wi-Fi, my understanding is it doesn't necessarily mean that they have joined a Wi-Fi network, but as a person moves around, a device can reach out and shake hands with Wi-Fi networks that it comes in contact with, and Google keeps that information and it uses it to help determine approximately where a device is. And so some of this was a mixture of that. There were also cellular data points, which a lot of times are off the map. They're where the nearest cell tower is usually. But these ones along the boardwalk were GPS data points.
And when we talk about that boardwalk area, is there a reason, did you focus in on that particular area?
Yes, I did.
And why was that?
The photograph taken of Tylee, JJ, and Alex, one in particular, seemed to be at or near that boardwalk in around Old Faithful, or at least a view of the geyser basin near Old Faithful.
And is this the photo you're referencing?
Yes, I am. That's the one that came from the Lori Force style iCloud account and had a timestamp of 15:49 on September 8th, 2019.
And do you recognize the individuals in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And who are they?
On the left is JJ Vallow, and in the middle is Tylee Ryan, and on the right is Alex Cox.
And was this the last known photo of Tylee Ryan?
There were a few photos taken in that same series, but in that same location, I believe, and there were no photos of Tylee Ryan. And at this point in the investigation, that was the last time we knew her to be alive.
And can you talk about what we're seeing in this particular slide?
Yes. So this is again an image of from the mapping software, and there's a lot of data going on this, but I'll walk you through it. So in this upper left corner here is the Old Faithful Lodge area, and this is showing what those data points look at that I was reviewing, and they show the movement of the data points as at 1627 approximately, the device leaves this area, travels along 287, past this point, which is the west thumb of Yellowstone Lake, which is this area. It then turns, the highway then turns south. It continues on that highway past this, which is Lewis Lake. And if it would have continued on this road, it would get into Grand Teton National Park. In this area, we were getting both frequent and precise data points. Some of them were coming in multiple times a minute, which was helpful in determining that the vehicle appeared to have quickly turned around and immediately reversed course. For example, it was 1709 there, but we had multiple at 1712, and it was already back at 1713 there. The reason I was looking hard at this particular information is, first, it was the last known location for Tylee Ryan to be alive, and we were concerned that something potentially had happened to her in Yellowstone National Park, and we were in communication with National Park Service and preparing to conduct searches in Yellowstone National Park if necessary to see if we could locate her. And part of my review here was to help identify potential sites to conduct a search.
And what did you determine in relation to potential sites for a search?
Yes, I determined that it moved from Old Faithful down to this point at what appeared to be driving speed. It turned around fairly quickly, within a minute or two. It didn't appear to have deviated off the main road. It didn't appear to have stopped for any substantial period of time. And then it reversed course. It reversed course back the way it came, back past Old Faithful without stopping, and then continued westbound and then northbound until it left the park. There are gaps in gaps in data points, for example, here and so forth, where for a few minutes at a time, we did not get any data. But based on what drive time between those data points was consistent with the vehicle or the device continuing to move at driving speed. It didn't appear to have had time to have deviated in any great amount or had to have been able to stop for any substantial length of time. I tried to estimate how long it takes to drive from Old Faithful down to the turnaround spot south of Lewis Lake and then reverse course and exit out the west entrance of Yellowstone National Park. I estimated the drive time to be about 2 hours and 50 minutes. The device covered that distance in about 2 hours and 13 minutes. So faster than would probably be a typical driving time. Of course, there's a lot of variables traveling within Yellowstone National Park because of traffic and animal activity and so forth. But based on my review, I really came to the conclusion that I could find really no place where there seemed to be any deviation from a populated area or any substantial period of time that it may have stopped other than the very public area at Old Faithful.
And did you continue to look at the travel of that device for September 8th?
Yes, I did.
And what are we seeing on this particular slide?
So these are the locations that the device went to after it left Yellowstone. And it stopped first in West Yellowstone, Montana at a commercial area. There's several businesses in that area, but the nearest business seems to be this Buckaroo Bill's Barbecue Grill. And it stopped there at 1852 and was there about a 17-minute period until 1902. From the time it had left the Yellowstone parking lot at 1627 until it got to Buckaroo Bill's Barbecue, as best I could tell from my review, the vehicle hadn't stopped, or at least not for more than a few minutes. And so, again, here it's in a very public area before it starts moving again. It then moves at driving speed back to Rexburg, Idaho, and its next stop is at 2037 at 565 Pioneer Road, number 175 in Rexburg at the Rock Creek Townhomes.
And pausing there briefly, were you able to determine definitively if the device went to that particular restaurant?
I'm not aware that was a common thing we tried to do, was to see if we could obtain records or video from any of these locations that it would visit. I'm not aware we obtained anything from Buckaroo Bill's Barbecue or even that it had gone there.
But there was a stop around that area for approximately 17 minutes?
Yes, correct.
And outside of that stop, any indication that vehicle stopped again on the drive to Rexburg?
No.
And then after arriving back at that Pioneer Road 175, where did the device go to next?
The device stayed at number 175 until 2135. It then left there and traveled to this Maverick, which is about a mile north of the 565 Pioneer Road address. It was there for about 10 minutes from 2143 to 2153 before returning to 565 Pioneer Road number 175, where it stayed from 2244 to 2315. At approximately 2344, we now see the device at 565 Pioneer Road number 107. Sometimes there's gaps in the data. For example, between when it's at 175 and 107, nearly 30 minutes, 29-minute gap. And that was fairly common, where we just don't have precise data to say it's in one location or another. It doesn't mean I didn't necessarily have location information. It wasn't precise enough to say what unit it was in. So I generally just summarized when I felt like there was enough information to indicate that it is now in a different location.
And with regard to this, did you make any determination as far as Tylee Ryan's whereabouts?
So we were trying to prepare a timeline of her activities, and that was coming in from many different sources in the investigation. Some of her financial activities, her use of digital media, anyone that might have seen her or been in communication with her, and so forth. So we were trying to narrow that down as best we could. That photograph in Yellowstone National Park was very important for us because it was the last known location for her. After I completed this review on that particular day, it was my conclusion that it really had only made really made one stop from the time that photo appeared to have been taken, and that was in West Yellowstone, Montana, in a public area. So my best conclusion as of the last known location for Tylee Ryan was at 565 Pioneer Road, number 175, and that would have been at 2037 that evening.
And then on this same slide, there's some indication of data points on Monday, September 9th. Can you tell us what we're seeing there?
Yes. The device I was reviewing for Alex Cox, in the month of September, beginning on September 5th, it would typically go to 107 at night. When I say at night, I mean roughly from about midnight to 6 a.m. It was almost always during those hours within 107 when I had sufficient data to indicate that. On this particular night, and this was the only time I observed that, at least in the month of September, we received some data points of the device in 175 in the early hours of that morning, and we just had 3 data points during that time. Now it was really common that when the device was moving, I observed regular updates of its location, sometimes one or more a minute, or at least every few minutes. That was pretty typical to get an update. It seemed like when the device stopped somewhere, the updates became less frequent, particularly at night. Sometimes it would be an hour or more between a data point. And so during that time, there are just 3 precise data points, and they are at 2:42, and then a second one at 2:42, and then another one at 3:37. All 3 of these were GPS data points with a 4-meter radius, and they seem to put the device in Unit 175.
And again, this was the only time in September that you noticed that device in 175 in those early morning hours?
Yes, except for on September 30th, there was one occasion where it stayed the night in 175 on the night of September 30th.
And then what are we seeing with those next data points?
So the next data points with sufficient precision to tell me what unit it appeared to be in came in beginning at 4:37, and then another one at 4:39, and then 4:41, 5:14, 6:47, and 8:49. These data points put the device back at 107. Now, these were a combination of Wi-Fi and GPS data points, and the margin of error, or the radius on those data points, varied, and the span of the variation was 8 to 37 meters, depending on the point.
And can you tell us what we're seeing in this slide?
So this is an image of the Rock Creek townhomes for the time period that I just discussed, and it is taken from that exact mapping software that I was using at the time in 2020, as provided to me by Nick Balance. So at that particular time, the image for this property was somewhat dated. It was dated from 2015, and part of the complex had not been built yet. But in the upper left corner, where this yellow pin is, was Unit 175 for Lori Vallow. And on the right, where the other yellow pin is, was Unit 107, where Alex Cox was residing. And the other red points on here are the data points that I discussed that we saw in those early morning hours. So it looks like just one data point there, but that's actually all three of those data points are really on top of each other. One from 242, another one from 242, and one from 337. And all of those were fairly precise GPS data points with a 4-meter margin of error. Now, the distance between these two units is about 80 meters. So Lori Vallow's unit actually faced Alex Cox's unit's front door and vice versa. His front door was here and faced her front door. And the way to travel between these, there was an opening between the buildings here. And the person could then walk front door to front door and probably have moved back and forth between the units in within a few minutes. But I would look for data points that were well under the 80-meter distance between the two locations to try to draw some conclusions about what location the device appeared to be in. And then the other data points for Unit 107 are marked here on the right that shows those data points between 437 and 439. And as you can see, some of them aren't necessarily in the unit. They're outside of the unit, but that's within that margin of error. I can't say whether at that particular moment he's right inside that unit or if he's standing outside the unit, only that he's most closely associated with that unit.
And this is in the early morning hours of September 9th?
Yes, the last data point was at 8:49. And I believe that's this one here within Alex Cox's apartment.
And again, the last known sighting of Tylee Ryan was the day before?
Yes, at 20:37 was my conclusion that she probably had arrived back home at that time.
Did you continue to look at location data associated with that device for Monday, September 9th?
I did.
And can you talk to us about what we're seeing depicted on this slide?
So this is a continuation of the summary of what was happening on Monday, September 9th in the morning. So we had just looked at those data points in the early morning hours, and the final ones were in Unit 107. So beginning at almost approximately at 9 o'clock, it seems to leave 565 Pioneer Road, number 107, and moves at driving speed north to US. It gets on US 20 and it continues towards an address of 202 North, 1900 East in Rexburg, Idaho. That address is a little under 8 miles north of the 565 Pioneer Road address. It arrives there approximately at 9:15. Now, there's a series of data points showing it's that movement, kind of like breadcrumbs. And I believe the final data point at 9:15 is just maybe 100 yards south of the address. So it appears to be arriving at approximately that time.
And did you determine who that address is associated with?
Yes, the 202 North, 1900 East in Rexburg was the residence of Chad Daybell at that time.
Did you ever learn of any connection between Tammy Daybell and Alex Cox?
No, I had no information that they knew each other.
So their only connection would be Chad Daybell?
Yes, as far as I know.
And once that device arrives by the residence of Chad Daybell, what did you determine next in relation to the location data?
Between about approximately a 2.5-hour period, there were numerous data points generally around the Daybell residence. there were only four of fairly great precision. One was at 921, one was at 922, one was at 1039, and one was at 1057. Now, there were other data points, cell tower data, for example, that did not seem to indicate that it had left that area, but weren't precise enough to give me any indication of if it was there continuously during that period, that 2.5 hour period. Only that we had some precise data that seemed to show that it was on the Daybell property at those 4 times. Now, the first data point that we got at 921 is actually behind the main residence at the Daybell property, back on the rear of the property. And that is a GPS coordinate with a 6-meter radius. And then at 922, we get another one that's actually on the northwest corner of the Daybell residence, near a gate there. And that is also a GPS data point with a 3-meter radius. And then we have a gap in time where we don't have any precise information, but until 1039, when there's another data point, also a GPS data point that's behind the residence, and this has a 43-meter radius. And then at 1057, there's another also behind the residence with a 5-meter radius, also GPS. As best I could determine, it seems like the device is leaving that area of the residence at approximately 11:45. I actually see briefly, it seems to drive north from the residence, the opposite direction of Rexburg, for just a minute or two, maybe goes about a block north shortly before 11:45. And then it seems to turn around and then begin traveling south. So it may have left the Daybell residence just a few minutes before 11:45. But by 11:45, it is driving southbound back into Rexburg. And its next stop is at 11:52 in northern part of Rexburg at Del Taco at 568 North 2nd East, where it stays for about 10 minutes.
And again, I think you previously had talked about when a device would stay still, sometimes you wouldn't get data points.
Yes, they tended to slow down in the frequency of the data points in my observation.
And if they were traveling, oftentimes you observe more data points.
Yes, and I could only speculate why that is, but it seemed like that's what I observed.
And then can you tell us what we're seeing in this slide?
So this is an image from the file I was reviewing with an overhead image of the Daybell property at 202 North, 1900 East. The road here on the left is 1900 East, and this is 200 North. 1900 East is also called Salem Road. This building here on the property is the main residence for where people resided. These other buildings were outbuildings. This was a barn or an attached garage-like structure, and there were some other outbuildings like sheds. The first data point we got of some precision was at 921, and that was in this area. And then the other one, the next one, was just a minute later at 922, and that was up here. Now, this was a fairly precise data point, a 3-meter radius. And on that northwest corner of the property, there's actually a gate that a vehicle could travel through, and it would allow someone to have access to the property through that gate in a vehicle if necessary. The next 2 data points are then back down here, one at 1039 and another one at 1057. The one at 1039 had a 49-meter radius, and then the one at 1057 had a 5-meter radius.
At some point during the investigation, did that cluster of data points gain more significance?
Yes, we had observed those data points in my review. I think Nick Balance had also drawn attention to them earlier in the investigation. But there was a period of time we just didn't know what the full significance of those data points could mean. But I had finished my review of all these data points by May 21st of 2020. But on June 1st of 2020, we received some additional information that seemed to show these data points had possibly greater significance.
And what was that information?
There was a device that had been seized during the execution of a search warrant at the Daybell residence on January 3rd, 2020. In the course of this investigation, numerous devices had been recovered from various locations in various ways. These devices were quite often sent to a computer forensics laboratory to extract data from the devices, and then the process typically is that information goes into a system so it can be reviewed by an investigator or analyst. There was one particular device that was recovered on January 3rd from the Daybell residence. Its relevance to the investigation was unknown, or who would use that device. It went to the RCFL and ultimately went to an analyst in Boise named Ben Dean, and he was reviewing that particular device.
Did you ultimately review some of the content obtained from that device?
Yes, I did.
And did you review it as initially pulled from the device and provided to you?
Yes.
Was this one of those messages?
Yes. So analyst Ben Dean contacted me on June 1st of 2020 and indicated that he had found a text message on the device, and also based on the review he was conducting, that it appeared to be a device that Tammy Daybell had used before her death.
And could you read this message into the record?
Yes. This message appeared on the device on September 9th at 11:53 a.m. And it was a text message from a device attributed to Chad Daybell, and it came into that device for Tammy Daybell. And the text message read, "Well, I've had an interesting morning. I felt I should burn all of the limb debris by the fire pit before it got too soaked by the coming storms. While I did so, I spotted a big raccoon along the fence. I hurried and got my gun, and he was still walking along. I got close enough that one shot did the trick. He is now in our pet cemetery. Fun times."
And in this, do you see the reference to a fire pit?
Yes, I do.
Did you determine if there was a fire pit on the Daybell property?
Yes, I did.
And looking back at that previous slide, and again, these data points are from September 9th of 2019.
Yes.
Did you learn anything in relation to that cluster of red dots?
Yes. So subsequently, I had been to that location on January 3rd of 2020 for the first time. I'd been on the property and I had walked much of the outer property as well, but it was under snow at the time. And then subsequently, a search was conducted on June 9th at that location, and I was also present. And I'm aware there is a fire pit on the property. And although I don't have it marked on here, it's approximately in this area.
So around the same area as those data points?
Yes, in the vicinity, yes.
Do you know what was ultimately found near those data points?
So at a nearby location to the fire pit, investigators approximately in this area, were able to recover human remains that had been buried.
Do you know who those human remains were ultimately determined to be?
Yes, they were Tylee Ryan.
And from there, that device left and went to Del Taco?
Yes, the device I was reviewing for Alex Cox had left at approximately 11:45 a.m. on September 9th, left the Daybell property, and traveled at driving speed back to Rexburg, where it stopped at the Del Taco at about 11:52. So approximately the time this text was sent.
As part of your investigation, did you focus on other dates in September?
Yes, I did.
What were those dates?
So we had also looked at dates associated with JJ Vallow, that we believe that JJ Vallow was we knew he was in school after September 9th. We also had other information that he had been observed up until at least September 22nd. His first date of being absent from school was September 23rd. Fairly early in the investigation, there was actually some confusion whether he had attended school on the 23rd or not. We initially thought he had been in school the 23rd, and then asked for further clarification from the school on the attendance records and determined that was actually his first day of absence from school. So his last known time in school was September 20th.
And can you tell us what we're seeing on this slide?
Yes, this is a summary of my review of the device for Alex Cox and its activities on the evening of Sunday, September 22nd, 2019, into Monday, September 23rd, 2019.
And what did you determine in relation to the device associated with Alex for Sunday, September 22nd?
Yes, from 1626 in the afternoon and really until 9:41 a.m. the following day of the 23rd, the device is at 565 Pioneer Road, though it travels back and forth between the two associated units within the complex multiple times. So as from 1626 to 1708, it appears to be in 175. I should note that all of these locations, we had data points that were either GPS or Wi-Fi, and the range of the margin of error was 4 to 17 meters. So it leaves 175, and by 1709, it seems to be in 107 from 1709 to 1711. Then from 1712 to 1845, it appears to be back in 175. From 1046 to 2003, it appears to be in 107 again. And then from 2004 to 2009, it is back in 175. At 2011, it goes back to 107 and appears to stay there for the night. Although here it shows it ending at 23:56 on September 22nd. That was just to help me to really break the last data point on September 22nd. And the next data point we get is at 0011 on the 23rd, and it's still in 107. And the range of the times that appears to be in 107 stays there, that it stays there from until 0941.
And again, you had indicated that those units were within a short walking distance.
Yes, approximately 80 meters between the units. Approximately 80 minutes between the units. 80 meters. Sorry, I apologize.
80 meters between the units, is that correct?
Yes.
And a 1 to 2 minute walk?
Yes, that's what I would estimate.
Did you continue to look at the location data for Monday, September 23rd?
I did.
And can you tell us what we're seeing in this slide?
Yes, on the morning of September 23rd, 2019, that device leaves Unit 107 at approximately 9:41 a.m. It travels north. It's on Highway 20 and travels to the residence of Chad Daybell, 202 North, 1900 East, where it arrives at approximately 9:55. And then between 9:55 and 10:12, approximately 17 minutes, the device is in the vicinity of the Daybell residence. We get 6 data points during that period of time in or around the Daybell property. The first one is at 9:55. It's at the front of the property near the garage, and this is a Wi-Fi data point with a 50-meter radius. And then at 9:56, there is another data point on the rear northern part of the property. And it is by what appears to be a pond on the property. And I use that term pond, but it's it could be a pond or a pit. The 2 occasions I was on the property, it didn't have any water in it. There's that data point there, and it's a GPS data point with a 4-meter radius. And then at 10:02, there's also another GPS data point by the pond on the property. By 10:05, the next data point I receive is near the front door of the house. And it's a Wi-Fi data point with a 68-meter radius. There's another one at 10:07, also near the front of the house. That's a Wi-Fi data point with a 92-meter radius. And then by 10:12, that data point is actually in the middle of the road, the Salem Road and 200 North. And from there, there's a series of data points. And that one is a Wi-Fi data point with a 28-meter radius. And after that, there's a series of data points seeming to show the device leaving at driving speed, and it returns to 565 Pioneer Road and goes to Unit 175 and arrives there at 10:22 and stays there until 11:14. So just to summarize, from the time it left Alex's residence at 9:41, it took 41 minutes for it to return again to the same 565 Pioneer Road complex, but then go to Lori Vallow's unit. And there's approximately a 10 to 14-minute drive either way.
To be clear, this device leaves from the residence associated with Alex Cox and goes to Chad Daybell's residence. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the device goes from Chad Daybell's residence to Lori Vallow's residence. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is the day after the last known sighting of JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Can you tell us what we're seeing in this slide?
So this is an image from the mapping software that I was reviewing of the Daybell property, with the road on the left being 1900 East or Salem Road, and the road along the south being 200 North. Again, this is the main residence for the Daybells, and these were outbuildings on the property. There was a pond-like terrain feature on the property, and next to that terrain feature was a tree. The first data point, the data points I mentioned earlier are here on the left, and the first one was again at 9:55 near the garage. That was here, and that's again a Wi-Fi data point with a 50-meter radius. Approximately 1 minute later at 9:56, the data point is here by the pond, and that's a GPS data point with a 4-meter radius. And then at 10:02, there's another data point near the last one. It's a GPS data point with a 3-meter radius. By 10:05, we get data points just here in front of the house. One is near the front door. It's a Wi-Fi data point with a 38-meter radius. And then at 10:07, one next to it, also near the front of the house, a Wi-Fi data point with a 92-meter radius. And the final data point is right here at 10:12. And that is a Wi-Fi data point with a 28-meter radius. And again, from that point, the device, we get a series of data points showing it traveling back to 565 Pioneer Road.
And looking at the data points by the pond or pit area, at some point in the investigation, did those data points gain more significance?
Yes, they did.
And why was that?
In light of that text message from Chad to Tammy on September 9th, and coupling with that with the location information showing that Alex was also on the property that same morning when something was being burned and buried, it made us scrutinize these particular data points even more, since they corresponded with the approximate time when JJ was last known to be alive. And so it seemed to indicate that Alex may have been on this property in these locations about the time the children were last known to be alive.
Was a search conducted around that area?
Yes. So that search had been conducted on June 9th of 2019. The Rexburg Police Department had obtained a search warrant for the property. I was present for that search. The FBI's evidence response team handled the crime scene investigation at the site, and a search was conducted of that property.
Do you know what was located in that vicinity?
Yes, near these data points here by the pond, really just almost next to or under that tree was a grave for JJ Vallow.
Did you look at how many times that device associated with Alex Cox was in the vicinity of the Daybell residence for the month of September?
Yes, I did. As part of going through the day-by-day activities of that device, I observed it seemed to be at or in the vicinity of the Daybell residence in the month of September 4 times. These were Friday, September 6th. It was there from 12:42 to 12:53. These data points seem to be near the front or possibly in the residence, but just near the front of the residence. I didn't observe anything on the back property. On September 9th, again, as I previously discussed, we had a series of data points, including some on the back property. And then on September 3rd, we had a series of data points from 9:55 to 10:12, some of which were also on the back property. And then on September 25th, this device for Alex was at the Daybell residence from about 10:05 to 10:22. And these did not seem to be on the back property. They were also near the front of the residence.
And out of those, the two dates of significance, would it be fair to say they were September 9th and September 23rd?
Yes.
And again, through your investigation, who did you determine Alex Cox knew that resided at the Daybell residence?
The only person I'm aware that he knew was Chad Daybell.
Did you also look at some data points associated with window tinting?
Yes. Some of the activities that this device, places that it seemed to have gone was a particular window tinting place in Rexburg. And I saw it visit the window tinting place 3 times, although briefly each time. The first time was on September 23rd, 2019. And so this is the afternoon after the device had been at the Daybell residence. And this was from 1353 to 1958. It went to this Dan's window tinting at 2551 West, 6800 South in Rexburg.
And I think you may have said 1958. Was it 1358?
Yes, I'm sorry. It was from 1353 to 1358.
So just a 5-minute stop.
Yes.
Thank you. And then proceed.
And then on September 25th, 2019, from 9:02 to 9:03, it returned to that same Dan's window tinting. And then later that day, it was there again from 11:57 to 11:59.
And could those short stops be consistent with someone dropping a vehicle off to get window tinting put on?
It could be, yes.
And you'd previously talked about being aware of an attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Do you know when that attempted shooting occurred?
Yes, it happened on the morning of October 2nd, 2019.
What are we seeing in this slide?
So the images on the right of the vehicle is a Jeep that belonged to Tylee Ryan. This vehicle was a search of the vehicle was conducted by the Rexburg Police Department, I believe, about December 18th of 2019. And the FBI's evidence response team in Salt Lake assisted with processing this vehicle. And I was not present during this search. And at a later time, as I reviewed photographs taken during the search, I noted there were some receipts taken by the evidence response team of 2 receipts that they had located within the vehicle. And I further scrutinized those two receipts and obtained some information off of them.
And was there information on those receipts that caught your attention?
Yes, both of the receipts possibly had some significance. The first receipt actually on the right there was a receipt from October 1st, 2019 at 13:12. And it was from a restaurant in Mesa, Arizona called Los Favoritos. And it was for for food and a beverage. And it was a cash transaction in the amount of $886. The second receipt was from October 18th, 2019 at 8:05 p.m. And it's from Chick-fil-A in Ammon, Idaho, also for food and a beverage. And it was a cash transaction in the amount of $8.15.
When we look at this Jeep, can you tell if the windows appear to be tinted?
Yes, they do.
And when we talked about the device going to the window tint shop for the first time, do you recall the date that device first showed up at the tinting shop?
Yes, September 23rd, 2019.
And was that after that device had been up in the vicinity of Chad Daybell's property?
Yes.
Do you know where the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux took place?
Yes, it took place at the residence where Brandon Boudreaux was residing in Gilbert, Arizona, in front of his house.
And again, the date of that attempted shooting?
October 2nd, 2019, in the morning, roughly 9 a.m., I believe.
And with regard to that second receipt, was there something significant about October 18th of 2019?
Yes. On the night of October 18th, 2019 into October 19th, 2019, Tammy Daybell died at her residence.
As part of your investigation, did you also look into some devices that were purchased?
Yes, I did. So in the course of this investigation, we found additional devices that were associated with Alex Cox and others in this investigation. Two particular devices were possibly associated with Alex Cox, and I did some follow-up investigation to obtain more information on those two devices.
And what did you learn in relation to those two devices?
Yes, the first device was a track phone, and we found that it was associated with the same Homer J. Maximus as the Verizon phone that I was reviewing. So a person can associate multiple phones with their Google account. And so there was another phone number associated with that Google account. We obtained additional information from TrackPhone regarding that device. And although we did not recover that device, we found that it was a prepaid cellular phone purchased from a Walmart in Idaho Falls on September 25th, 2019, and it was purchased at 1910. The phone number for that particular device was 304-960-5958. I was notified about this device and a second device by I don't recall if it was Nick Balance or analyst Nikki Heidemann who was reviewing these records. But this second device was a device that was actually recovered from Lori Vallows, that had been in Lori Vallows' residence at Unit 175. And the Rexburg Police Department had obtained that device from the property management company who had disposed of items within her apartment after it had been vacated. So in approximately January of 2020, they were disposing of property in that location.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. I've allowed a bit of a narrative, but this is becoming into levels of hearsay and speculation. And
I'll sustain that on a narrative objection.
Through the investigation, did you learn that a cell phone had been recovered from Lori Vallows' apartment?
Yes.
And did you ultimately discuss that with other investigators?
Yes.
And did you discuss the information they had regarding that cell phone?
Yes.
And what did you learn from them?
That the device was given to them by the property management company.
Judge, I'm going to object. It's hearsay.
Your Honor, if I may respond.
Respond.
It's not coming in for the truth of the matter. It's coming in for why this investigator did what he did next within the investigation.
On that point, I am going to overrule the objection, so you can continue.
What did you learn from the other investigators regarding that device?
Just that they had located a device.
Judge, I'm going to object. That is hearsay.
That's sustained.
Based on what you learned from the other investigators, what, if anything, did you do in relation to that device?
I was given track phone records that we obtained that showed that the device had been purchased from a Walmart in Rexburg, Idaho. And I went there for both of these two devices and recovered receipts for those, the purchase of those records. The purchase of those phones.
Did you do that based on the information you obtained from other law enforcement officers?
Yes, they gave me the track phone records.
And that was a track phone the other investigators had recovered?
One of these two phones had been recovered by other investigators. The other one was just associated with a Google account.
And the one recovered by the investigators was deemed to have significance or potential significance to this investigation?
Judge, argumentative. So objection. Overruled.
Could you ask the question again, please?
Was the device recovered determined by other investigators to potentially have significance to this investigation?
Yes.
And was it based on that information that you then took your next actions?
Yes.
And what information did they provide you in relation to that phone?
The records we got from TrackPhone was just indicated that it was a prepaid phone from TrackPhone, and where it was purchased and when.
And you indicated that you recovered the receipts associated with both of these devices?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as States Exhibit 227A and 227B. And there's a copy for counsel, the court, and a courtesy copy for Your Honor.
Thank you.
And Investigator Wright, if you could please look at those 2 pages. And do you recognize those receipts?
Yes, I do.
And do those appear to be images of the receipts you recovered from Walmart?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of States Exhibit 227A and B. I believe they may have been stipulated to, but if not, I believe foundation's been laid.
All right, any objection to the admission of 227A?
Judge, there was a previous stipulation regarding the business records with Walmart, and the agreement was that these exhibits would be stipulated to.
All right, so 227A and 227B are both now admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And if they can just be handed to the court. Thank you. Outside of recovering the receipts for those dates in question, was there anything in relation to the data location for another device associated with Alex Cox that caught your attention?
No, I'm not sure.
I'll rephrase.
What you're asking.
On this slide, there's some timestamps. Are those location?
Oh, yes. Yes. So, yes. So the receipts showed the purchase of prepaid cellular phones from TrackPhone, and those purchases were made on one was made on September 25th, 2019 at 1910, and the other one was made on October 8th, 2019 at 1525. And in the course of my review of Alex Cox's main phone, his Verizon phone, and the Homer J. Maximus account, the data file I received from Nick Balance, I was reviewing his location at those particular times. And so on that same date, September 25th, 2019, from 1903 to 1918, I showed Alex Cox's phone, his device, being at the Walmart of 500 South Utah Avenue in Idaho Falls. That would cover the same time that item was being purchased, that track phone was being purchased. Now, that track phone purchase was a cash purchase, and it'd include only the phone and a 35-minute phone card and nothing else. On October 8th, I conducted a similar review and noted that Alex Cox's phone was at Walmart in Rexburg at 1451 North 2nd East between 1501 and 1537. And I noted that the receipt for the purchase of the track phone, also a cash transaction that included just the phone and a 35-minute card, took place at 1525 within the range of the period of time when I showed Alex Cox's device being at that same Walmart.
And again, I know we've talked about this, but this was, did turn into a joint investigation.
Yes.
Did you look at some other data points associated with a device linked to Alex Cox for the end of September into the beginning of October?
Yes, I did.
And what did you determine in relation to that information?
This was the data file that I received from Nick Mallance for Alex Cox primary device, and I continued that review until the end of that data that he provided me, which was the end of September. It actually ended in the evening of September 30th, 2019. At a later date, Nick Mallance, a few months later, provided to me the month of October in a similar file for that same device. And I continued a review of that, and I completed that in September of 2020. So in the course of that review, I noted some activity on the device from September 30th through October 3rd. On the afternoon of September 30th, the device was in Alex Cox's apartment, or seemed to be associated with that, between 1317 and 1622. And then there was a period of nearly 3 days that the device did not return to Unit 107. So the rest of September 30th, October 1st, and October 2nd, it was not in Unit 107, or did not appear to go there at all, based on the data I observed. The device stayed each of those nights in Unit 175, though there was some movement of the device on at least 2 of those days, but the movement of the device was within Rexburg itself. On October 3rd, the device then goes back to 107 for the first time at 1420. And again, that was the first time it had been there since September 30th at 1632, based on the data I reviewed.
Was there any other occasion where that device stayed in 175 all night?
I believe that was the only time it was there all night, other than from the time the device first appeared in 107, which was starting September 5th. So from the 1st through the 4th, it had been in 175 at night. But after that, it wouldn't stay the entire night there. It typically stayed the entire night in 107.
And the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux was on October 2nd?
Yes, in Arizona. But this device did not leave Idaho, from what I observed during that particular date.
And previously, on September 25th, this device was at a Walmart where another phone was purchased?
Yes.
As part of your investigation, did you also look into data associated with the device and gun ranges?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to the month of September, what did you find in relation to that?
I discovered that it went to gun ranges on multiple days in the month of September.
And can you tell us what we're seeing on this slide?
Yes, the first time I observed that device go to a gun range in the data I reviewed, starting in the September 1st, was actually on September 3rd of 2019. The device went to the same gun range 2 times that day. The first visit to the gun range, which is the Unified Sportsman's Gun Club in Rexburg, was at 1345, and it left almost immediately at 1346. Now, that gun range is located approximately 8 miles due west of Rexburg, and it's fairly isolated. There's not much else around that range. After it left that range that early afternoon at 14:05, it arrives at a Walmart in Rexburg, and it stays till 14:36. And then later that afternoon at 14:59, it returns to the Unified Sportsman's Gun Club and stays there until 16:51. On September 26th, I saw it go to that same Unified Sportsman's Gun Club again, and it stayed there from 16:54 to 18:58. Now, I noted there was some imprecise data. Sometimes it's hard to tell exactly where in the gun range it is, or I only could say it's in that general vicinity, or it seems to be at that gun range. Then on Friday, September 27th, it goes to that same gun range again, where it seems to stay from 15:54 to 18:45. And again, this had some, I noted there was some imprecise data and exactly breaks in the data, but it seemed to be there approximately that range of time.
And was there another date in September that you looked at in relation to that device in a gun range?
Yes, on September 28th, 2019, it went to that Unified Sportsman's Gun Club again, and was there from 15:25 to 17:58. On this particular date, for a period of the time it was there, we got some fairly precise data. I believe this was GPS data. And in this image, it's an image from the mapping software that I was looking at that shows an overhead view of the range. And it shows the data points for the device at the range on that date. This is one of the parking lots for the range here. This is a firing line for this particular range. There's another parking lot here for another range. On this date, at least during a period of time when it was there, we had data points as the device went further deeper into the range. This would be an area that was likely would be something somebody walked, and there are shooting berms in this location, and typically somebody would place a target at a berm at a particular distance, and then when at appropriate time could walk down and either place the target, look at a target they'd been shooting at, or remove a target. And this seems to show the device going to this furthest berm, which I believe these are 100, 200, and 300 yard berms. But the device travels to the furthest berm and then returns.
So would those be considered the long range part of a shooting range or the long distance part?
Yes, people shoot at all kinds of distances, depending on type of weapon and so forth. But typically, at a distance like that, that's usually a long-barreled weapon, a rifle or carbine, that would shoot at a range that ranges more than 100 yards.
And then if we look, you talked about another range in the corner of the image. What would that range be for?
It appears to be a shorter distance range. I believe that's possibly a 50-yard range. Somebody could shoot rifle on that, or pistol. Most people shoot pistol at distances shorter than that.
So where the location data is, it would be more likely linked to some kind of a rifle?
Yes, that would probably most likely be a rifle range where it seems to be there.
And Your Honor, looking at the time, I think we may be at a good place to break for lunch.
All right, that makes sense. Thank you, Ms. Blake. We will go ahead and take the lunch recess. Since we're stopping right here on time, we'll go ahead and take the 1 hour break and resume again at 1 o'clock if we can, Council.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All rise, please.